25%! Right now with Hydra building up to this Bear Barrage so quickly.
Oh!
And asking!
Double kill in the back with the pulse bomb from the high ground. Aerial assault with that mine.
Impact se escucha de abajo gritar campeón a Sky Foxes.
Holy cow.
And after 42 consecutive losses, the Shanghai Dragons get their first win.
8 teams enter this weekend.
Oh no, Reinhardt, what are you doing?
We got a clip with minimal information. It's time to break it down. Speed, 25%. Go. Figure out what this man's SR is.
Keep fighting until it's for sure lost. Winnable!
Another new month about to start. That means it's time for another Overwatch Contenders Trials North America. group stage. Labosco here alongside of Manaclass. Glad to have you here with us as we get ready for our first matchup here in Group B. We are going to have Kratos versus Lapstope. Man of Class, this going to be the first game we get to see here in this Trials group, and obviously Kratos is one of the teams to have an eye on.
Yeah, 100%. And of course, these teams did face off last trial seasons, and with their very minimal roster changes, we can expect a very similar result. Last time around, Kratos came in very convincingly, took that 3-0, and actually had some very good results versus some other teams as well, some of the more potentially higher estimated teams. So Last Hope really, I mean, they're the ones that need to prove that they showed up, can show up after the offseason they've had. They've had a
Right.
month of practice, month of scrimming, bit of a patch change, not too much, but Rodok is a little bit less powerful, so that might help them. And yeah, I mean, without any roster changes, you should hope that synergy got even stronger.
Yeah, to that end, as far as the patch notes to be concerned with here, obviously Contenders is not quite on the same patch as what we have on live. We are actually, I think it's a patch behind. So
Yeah,
the
just one.
patch, yeah, just one, but that is significant because obviously that was the Roadhog
It
nerf.
is.
That was also, I believe, the change to Torbjorn as well were the two big significant changes that could impact us
Yeah.
here when we do go to Ilios.
Yeah, and shotguns in general, a lot of extra power to the shotguns. The spray pattern's not as random anymore, so if you
Yeah,
get really good at recognizing those patterns, we've seen in other shooters, other FPS titles where you can
right.
just predict that pattern so well, you'll always get that one shot when you need it.
Exactly. So something to pay attention to as we move on. Another thing to pay attention to as well here in Group B is we actually do have one of the teams that have dropped out for this tournament. Team Doge is actually forfeiting their spot, so they are not going to be playing in Group B here, which does affect some things, man, but it doesn't affect everything too much because you still got to win these games if you are these teams.
Yeah. So the only thing you get is you get a free win. So the other five
Right.
teams in their group get that win against Doge, as if they shown up and just rolled them. So the map differential will be +3 for everybody in that case. So it means you have one less game to play, but it also means you have one less game that you can lose in a lot of ways, right? So normally you have
Right.
that 16 group, and you have that one extra game you can lose. That's not there right now. It's a lot more. The stakes are a lot higher for every single map. We might see that back in the play. It might get even harder than we usually see it go in trials.
Right. So I think the one nice thing is one less team has to drop to open division that way though too. So
True.
you can
True.
kind of look at the glass half full a little bit with it, I guess, if you're a
Yeah,
team, right?
very much so.
Yeah, that's the way I would look at it, at least. And
Yeah.
we're waiting here. There was a little bit of a delay that we had. There was just some things wrong on Blizzard's, and they had to correct some things. So we waited for that. We're getting into the lobby here, getting everything all correct. So those technical difficulties are behind us. Ilios is going to be our first map. Lobby is getting set up, but looking at Ilios in general, as far as how the meta may change with some of these changes. Do you expect a big change with the new patch coming through?
I think what we already saw happening in contenders in the last trials patch, even if you saw a lot more teams going towards the dive, we've seen it sort of happen everywhere. It's
Right.
become the default for with the exception of like one or two maps where you can still play more brawly styles. And when you look at these maps, Ilios traditionally has been very possible to dive there, so I expect teams to do it. We talk about Volskaya, Numbani, Dorado, all these maps very, very much geared towards that dive style. So not expecting too much of a swap up there. These teams should both be very able and capable of doing it. The one change that I do see, the one potential where there has been a lot of fluctuation lately, is what are your DPS choices and therefore also your support choices going with it. Because where the tank line might be very set, and like we're just gonna go
Right.
play dive, whereas also flexibility, we're very much looking towards some flexibility in form of what style of dive do you play.
Right. Do you have that Sombra with whatever you're playing, or uh, there's obviously a bunch of different choices as far as what DPS
Yeah.
you want to play. We know Tracer has been something that some teams really want to play, other teams don't. Some teams still decide they want to play Genji. Like that,
Yeah.
it definitely seems like there's a lot of variety, and it's more about the style of a team more so than what's the strongest.
Very, very much so. And I also really like sometimes teams pulling out the Reaper, saying, we might not go as
Yes.
aggressive on our own dive, but we'll definitely be ready if you dive us. And I remember the day, Lobosco. I remember the day when we had that time when it was what do you call it, the Beyblade meta, where you just had
Yeah.
Reaper spinning to win every single
Yeah.
time, and then Reaper just disappeared. Was nowhere to be found. Every now and then you saw him on Control Center and Lijiang because Reaper may. But other
Yeah.
than that, it was kind of like that Dutch, Black Tulip legend, the legend of the Lost Reaper with his death loss that found actual value. So I'm really happy to see him back. It's cool.
Yeah, it is nice to see him be in the meta, but not overpowering, because we did have that a couple of
Yeah.
times too, which
True.
made things very oppressive. So it's nice to see that they finally seem to have a balance for Reaper where like he's a good option, especially because dive is so strong, but he's not so punishing that you have no choice but to play him. So that definitely makes me happy. I'm also always happy when Tracer is viable. Like I just
True.
enjoy the gameplay of Tracers. So the fact that we have the potential to see that is always something I'm happy for.
Yeah, of course. And now these teams are obviously getting ready to get into the game. When we look at the rosters and you look at what DPS do they actually play, because we're talking about the DPS right now. Yeah, I mean, we look at Kratos. There's a lot of Echo, Ash. Maybe you see some more closer range hits kind of coming out, but it does seem they're very happy to play that more ranged style. They don't really want to get deep and dirty with it. Like no Trace or Genji Sombra that really stick out into their roster that they play a lot, but
Right.
still possible that they go out with it. I mean, look at the side of Last Hope. That might be an interesting matchup to see.
Yeah, that's one of the things too. On the other side, as far as the players, you just look at it. I mean, Dan Twist and Noxus are two players that have been around for a pretty good amount of time too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
True.
it
And I think when we look at Last Hope, it's going to be especially telling which DPS they field, what style they want to play on that on that map. So when you look at Zerocious, has always been known to be a Widowmaker that just pops off. Widowmaker, Ashe, the longer range hit scan.
Yes.
But when you get closer, when you get into the more close range, it's more likely they're going to play with Dan Twist and Noxious to play more of that mid to close range, especially on a control map. Could be very viable. But then again, Ilios, we have Widowmaker's Playground and Ruins.
Yes, we do.
It's all possible. But we're going to start on well.
Yeah, I was gonna say we're not going to the playground just yet, but we are going to start on the giant void of death that is in the middle. That is well, of course. So this is always this place where we saw Orisa get a ton of play. Obviously, not as of late, just because of the massive nerfs that happened to Orisa, which is fine. Nobody's complaining about that. But when you look at it here, those dive compositions are a little bit more of a possibility, and actually, both teams are showing us Reinhardt's right now.
Yeah, of course they are still in spawns. There's the possibility
Of
they'll
course.
still swap, but yeah, I mean, playing on this current patch, it's definitely possible to just rush at your enemy. If they want to dive on your backline, it doesn't really matter if you don't have a backline. And with both
Correct.
that Lucio and Moira on both teams, that's looking what they're gonna run with. But yeah, they're not swapping. It's happening, Labosco.
It's really happening, and we get the Reaper that we were talking about too. And a player 100, by the way, on Kratos is actually Orkin. So for those wondering who is that, well now you know. Actually playing in right now for Suso. So Light going to find the first elimination for the side of Last Hope. So a pretty good start right there, or sorry, for Kratos. So Kratos out in front at the beginning and cleaning this up to take that point first.
Yeah, it was very cleanly played from Kratos there. That first pick from Light is so impactful because that extra player, especially in such a brawly environment, just gives you all that extra damage that you need. It's yeah, I mean, you can see it in the ult charge as well. Faded actually doing a lot of damage in that one. It's very impressive that they got so close to the Earth Shatter.
It really did, and now you have coming behind the Coalescence and Vix just getting a ton of kills with the help of Krawi, and they are going and touching the spawn doors. A little bit of the BMing there too, showing their dominance for Kratos.
It's all about getting that right hack off, ultimized in a good position for that one. And no one really expects you to go that far into the spawn. This is not a map where that often happens. So very nice showing that confidence from Kratos.
And now Ultimate Weapon behind, just trying to build up to that EMP at 84%, so getting really close. And Right now, those fights kind of happening along this side, and then a Fire Strike kill on Noxious. Another advantage again for Kratos. They have been so dominant, avoiding the Coalescence, and they already got 2 kills even while that was going on. Earth Shatter to put insult to injury, and it's up to 55% for Kratos.
Faded loses their Shatter in that as well. Autumn Souls, their Coalescence, all the resources still available here for the side of Kratos. It's not looking good for Last Hope so far, but that's okay. It's just a first round. This is not the one
Right.
that you have to win, just the warm-up, right?
Right. But you got a lot of ultimates you gotta try and get through, so at least if you fall behind on this map, there's still another control point that you can try and win, and they have the EMP that they can come out with, but the EMP comes out first for the side of Kratos. Doesn't matter about the Graviton Surge, they live through it. Light getting extremely low, but healed up by that Moira healing, and now they come through with the sound barrier though, so Last Hope starting to try and make some headway, but it's not enough. A good grab to grab everyone in and keep them in front for Kratos. Overtime has started, but it's too little too late. This is all Kratos.
Yeah, nothing happened really from the side of Last Hope. Honestly, I'm trying to count how many deaths there were on Kratos that were like unforced. But
It's
yeah,
like single
I
digit.
think maybe 2 or 3, 1, 2, 3
Total,
maybe.
yeah.
Yeah, it was not looking good for Last Hope there, but of course, only the first map of at least 3, and the first round of the control that has at least 2. And going over to this next point, we see Kratos going over here to Krabi on the Diva, Rain Cloud on the Zarya, and it will indeed be Dive versus that more brawly setup. The only things that are really different are this tank lineup, and this is where you can really see what that difference makes. Because if you can just run into the backline with that Reinhardt Zarya, then yes, you can get a lot done. But as long as the Reinhardt doesn't have anything to smack, he's really just standing there with a shield. So Faded needs to show they can find value with that hammer.
And when you think about the map that we're on currently too for Lighthouse, you do have a lot more areas for this dive composition to sort of do their setups, get their dives in, and they're being patient before they dive in. They see that they're going against that Reinhardt and the Zarya, so just playing this out, you see that they are on the low ground towards where the point is for the side of Kratos. Last Hope now going to get dove on. Coming down from above is NA Player 100. We should just call it Porkin. It's Porkin. And the dive not working out. Light is going to go down first. Faded, the next one to get a kill onto NA Player 100. And Danquist can just sit there on point, get that Diva out of mech, and it'll be Last Hope taking this point first.
And I like it when dive teams try to spread out that brawl comp, where they try to make them not play together so they can have a target to dive on, they have a target to single out. But it just wasn't happening. Last Hope very well staying together. And now you see the swap immediately coming over from Kratos. They say, okay, we can't dive this. We're just gonna mirror it because that worked last map.
Well, it was very quick of them to make the decision, though, so you have to like the decisiveness coming out from Kratos at the very least. Coalescence, too, coming through from them. Light gets hacked up, though, and that will cause him to go down. Earth Shatter comes through from Faded to get a kill. Does go down himself to ultimate weapon, but this is still a fight in favor of Last Hope. They can force back these last few players that are left alive.
A bit of Zarya charge will now get that Graviton online. And you can see this is why that start on that tank is going to benefit them. They get 2 fights out of that. One because they won, and the other one, well, because they won the previous one, have more ults. And they're still going to have an ult advantage. It's going to be an EMP fight, and it's coming out first from Noxious.
They did get off the sound barrier, though, because not getting hit by that was 6 feet, but they did lose NA Player 100. Nice boop to send Danquist away, who is using the Death Blossom. There's a chance here for Kratos in this fight. They've got the Graviton Surge to grab in Train Cloud, but Last Hope desperately trying to hold on, throw out the Coalescence. The hack comes through from behind, though, onto Autumn Souls. And it's going to be Kratos winning this fight. They use that Coalescence at the end, though. That's a little bit of lost resources there.
I'm out of here.
Yeah, I mean, Kratos does take it back here, finally. I mean, they obviously took a few fights to do it, but now they're going to be in the groove. All the ultimates are very even on both sides. There actually is an advantage on Kratos' side with that Death Blossom. And the Last Hope, I mean, they had a few fights that were easy, but now they're going to really have to try harder. Noxious got to get some good hacks off, really.
No, not too bad of a first hack onto any player, so a pretty decent start as far as the hack, but now Faded is the one who gets hacked, and the Death Blossom comes out from Light, and there's no shield up. It's a double kill, and it's going to be Kratos holding on, 74% to 37% for Kratos.
Yeah, our observer just knew. He was like, yeah, Light's gonna get some kills here with the Death Blossom and everything. They were aware, and I mean, they were right, so always good to see that, but close to that EMP race again. The big difference is though is that Micro is nowhere near that sound barrier, so 6 feet might get it up in time and can block Noxious ones, but out of the follow-up from Ultima Web, if they use it early, it's gonna be free.
Oh, 6 feet was above them, knocks them off. Light also getting onto that high ground. Autumn Soul's caught alone on the high ground. Now the EMP comes out on top for Kratos, and they just clean this fight up, no problem, evening this percentage up.
And of course, you're not going to be unhappy that those ultimates came out there, just the EMP especially, and the coalescence. You don't have to worry about those now, you're going to have the ult advantage. A big deal about it now is that both teams still have a sound barrier.
Well, EMP gets hit though for the side of Last Hope. Sound barrier does come through. Earth Shatter coming as well, along with Dan Twist using the Death Blossom. And Last Hope is able to get an advantage here. They've got a long walk though to the point is the only problem.
It won't be that big of a problem. They'll be able to take it back in time. At least they get there before overtime. That's all I really like to see. Autumn Souls has been dying early in a lot of these fights, and we're gonna have to look at what their Fade usage is, because if you just get caught out before you use Fade, then that's kind of a problem. But if you use Fade too early and then get caught out, that might be even a bigger problem.
And Danto's kind of hiding right now, Aleda along the front line, focusing on the Zarya who uses the Graviton Surge. Kratos, a few players caught in, Light going down. Now the counter grab comes through, charge in through onto Train Cloud, and the Coalescence to follow up for Kratos is massive, keeping players alive. They're going to get back onto this point, an overtime fight. Still players left alive on either side. Out comes the EMP. Damn Twist is able to get the kill onto the Zarya. Light coming back with the Death Blossom in the zone. Has to get there quickly, but the Coalescence through for Last Hope instead will keep them in front. And now Light just desperately trying to come on. They knew what was coming though. This is all over for this part of the map, and we even up 1-1. Last Hope looking a little bit better there. They did have an early advantage because of the different compositions at the start from Kratos.
Yeah, and now we can see when we get to the most divey of the 3 points, does Last Hope also swap to a more divey style? And will Kratos try it again? Or does Kratos also figure, you know what? They played it just now on Lighthouse. They're probably going to play it again here. And it looks like that's Kratos' mentality indeed. They're not wrong. I mean, if you're gonna play against a team which you think are not gonna play dive, you might as well try and mirror them. And if they do it from the start here, they looked a lot better in the mirror matchup on Well. So I'm expecting this to go very heavily into Kratos' favor. You saw how much they could do with an ult disadvantage, let alone even ult or an ult advantage most of them have.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, is they were down the ultimate so much because they started off with that dive. So how do they handle it here? Does it look like, well, once again, that Ultimate Weapon just playing with the team right now, and Light is actually the one starting to flank you. It's spotted out, though, by Dan Twist, so they should know that that Reaper is behind, and any player 100 not able to absorb all of the pressure that's coming from the front line. So a very good response from Last Hope, seeing where Light was, pushing directly in, and they get the kill.
Last Hope definitely woke up after that first point. What is this that we're seeing all of a sudden? I'm honestly trying to figure out whether it's now Last Hope doing so well or Kratos just dropping the ball a little bit after that first point. They're coming back in though, and no ultimates online just yet, but Fade it's Shatter, awfully close.
Oh, Noxious getting spotted out too, and Light getting the elimination gives such a quick advantage. Coalescence coming through, but not getting a lot of value. Better Coalescence will come through from Fix as they can push these players back towards the point. Faded goes down, and Kratos looking really good to take this point back.
Good early pick and then just snowball afterwards. It's like they're playing dive without playing dive. Let's be real. They're just speed boosting forward into the other team. We know it's called a death ball, but with all the play that we've been seeing lately, you might as well call it a Rhine dive. It's looking good though still for Last Hope. They have still got quite a few ultimates built up. Yes, they're missing that Shatter, so Faded has to be really careful not to get knocked out by Borkin.
Now, a lot of ultimates up for the side of Kratos, so even though they had lost that first fight, they got so far ahead in the ultimate economy. Ultimate Weapon just waiting here on the side for the players to come down, throws the EMP out, manages to hit 4, and it's perfect setup for the Earth Shatter, and Kratos staying in front up to 33%.
That's what you like to see. Get those ultimates in, get them in online. But it's mostly denying the ultimates, right? With Ultima Web's EMP. Making sure that they can't use any. They don't have the shield to block the shatter. It's a nice combo. We've seen it plenty of times. But you do miss that big combo now. So you have to do a lot with that Graviton in order to stave off this offense from Last Hope. Because boy, do they have an ult bank.
A lot on for them. The Graviton Surge comes out first. The EMP used in response defensively to try and help out, but the Sound Barrier was still able to get off by 6 feet. Out comes the Death Blossom from Light, and it's a double kill. Manages to get the Hellfire Shotgun kill at the end, too. And now they've been forced back to spawn again for Last Hope.
I will say I've been very impressed with Noxious' ult charge. Ultima Web is usually ahead, or at least even, but the fact that Noxious has mostly been in losing fights and still charging up the EMP at a similar or maybe sometimes even faster rate is really impressive.
Could bode well for them here too. They gotta get that EMP because we are getting close to this last fight territory. Death Blossom going to get used first from Dan Twist, but the Earth Shatter is massive for the side of Kratos, and there's not even a chance to get to the point for the side of Last Hope. Kratos may have stumbled there a little bit in that middle point, but they take this and have a 1-0 lead from Ilios.
Yeah, Kratos showing up very well. I mean, obviously they had a bit of a struggle on that second point, but overall it looked like they were in control of most of it on that control map. We'll, of course, see if that tracks on in the rest of the series. I think of all the maps that are there, this might be the most non-dive map that there is in there. Mostly because of the lack of high ground, right? You look at all these other maps, they have a lot of high ground around objectives that you can use very effectively as a dive, as more long-range DPS, and supports as well. But, you know, it's possible that we're going to see more of this. We could just have that Reaper Sombra, Reinhardt, Zarya all day long.
Right, definitely possibility if the teams think it's that strong. It definitely was here, at least on Ilios. We'll see if that ends up being the case the rest of the way. Like you said, we do know that it's going to be Last Hope defending on our next map, so that will be what we see first is Last Hope defend. Kratos will be attacking first, and as far as now moving forward, we know that this is a composition that, if you think it's the best, if you think this is what matters most, like, it can work on pretty much every game type.
Yeah. I will say, I think on Volskaya, where we're going next, the biggest problem you'll have, you sometimes have it a bit on control with Reinhardt. You will definitely have it on a map like Volskaya. If they want to run away from you and just fight you at range, they can. You don't have to get close to that Reinhardt at all, especially on point A. On point B, it gets a little bit easier because it's a bit more condensed. Especially on point A, you often see these long-range battles where both teams are on opposite high grounds, or one is in the bunker and one is fighting them from point or from high ground or anything like that. And the map geometry really allows for that. So much more than Ilios, I would say one of the teams I hope plays dive, because I think I would really like to see it. But then again, it's also really fascinating to see this mirror matchup continue, where you can see which players are edging it out for their team. For instance, in that last one, you really saw Borkin just stepping up, getting 2 shatters before Faded even could get another one. And it's those type of interactions that really show you where teams play, where they put their priority, where they get their damage from, why they win fights.
Yeah, and of course you have thinking about it too. Obviously, all the high ground. We know Poke has been really good on this map in particular as well. There's definitely options of what you can do. It's just what do these teams think strongest in the current patch, which we're on. So Volskaya is one of those. I've always liked Volskaya. I don't know why. I think as far as the assault maps go, it's one that seems to give you a lot more options of what you can see. What really needs to happen here though for Last Hope, because the mirror didn't work out very well for them, but this is a map type that obviously changes everything from control.
I think so far you've seen that Last Hope kind of just wants to play their own game, and it's mostly been Kratos that tries to adapt to them. If they can keep playing their own game as well and just not get edged out on what they want to do, so they either don't get bested in their mirror or, they just best whatever Kratos throws at them differently, then yes, they can definitely come out on top. But a lot of that still relies on, certain players not dying early. I said it before that Autumn Souls kind of went down early a lot.
Yeah.
And that means their peel for the backline is either not on point or the front line isn't making enough space for the supports to be there. They're taking too much damage, which makes the healers feel like they have to get into position for them. There's a lot of these tiny factors that are happening, and it can be micro mistakes. It can be just a shield dropping and they tell like, oh, I'm fire striking, and it's 2 seconds too late or half a second too late. That could just land that headshot that the Moira didn't need. So far, it does seem like they're indeed going to just keep sticking to this mirror matchup. So I think a lot of this will just come down to which tank goes down first. We've seen the Reinhardt battle really be deciding.
Interesting. NA player has actually gone down, or Borkin, I should say, a couple of times early, but they've been able to win those fights regardless for Kratos. And Faded, Faded has gone down pretty early at times too, but I think you're right about the part with Autumn Souls. You saw that support, Moira's in particular, in this sort of composition just be so important.
Yeah, it's moisture healing, right? All that sustain. Her healing got buffed right recently as well for this patch, so yeah, that really helps you.
Definitely does. Have those Sombras running around, probably in company for Kratos, starting to advance towards the front line of Last Hope, forcing them back towards that point. Players extremely low, and there's Autumn Souls going down first again. Very deliberate too, coming from Kratos to make sure that they get that healing down, and they have themselves this point with relative ease.
I would really describe as well the way that both these teams like to play is I always call it like the defining thing of American Overwatch at the moment, where especially in the Path to Pro, you will see these teams just go. They'll just press a button and they'll all go at the other team. There's no, and the reaction that the other team displays is usually, we want to also go aggressive, but you did it first, so now we have to play defensive, and we're sort of behind the ball. And that keeps happening here as well. Whenever Last Hope makes the first move, they're looking really good, but whenever they're waiting, and then Kratos goes, and Kratos just runs over them.
Gotta make the first move, that's for sure. Ultimate Weapon getting in early with that EMP, and that's all she wrote. They're going to get this. This time bank is going to be massive for the side of Kratos. There wasn't even a chance for Last Hope.
1 minute 37. That's what they used to get that round. Not a lot of time.
I blinked. I feel like I blinked and it was over.
Yeah. We basically said like, oh yeah, no, they're playing aggressive, and then they were done. Because they played aggressive. No, it's exactly what happened though. Like, you saw it right there. Last Hope is very passively waiting on the point. They're coming towards him and they're walking back a bit, like, oh, maybe they're using an ultimate, and then they just get run over. There needs to be action coming out from Last Hope, because if they just wait for Kratos to come to them, then Kratos will happily come to them and just smack them apart. So yeah, now they're on their attack. They of course are in a position to make a move, to make their own move. But Kratos could just as well just be aggressive on the defense, and they're actually going to set up with a dive, which is exactly what you want to see on this map. Use those high grounds, you just keep kiting around the point, ping pong your tanks back on it to keep contesting it. Maybe your Sombra and Reaper every now and then, but you have all the opportunity to not get caught because you're all mobile, all the opportunity to just poke them from different sides because you have high ground. And it's just, that's what's good about Volskaya, right? You have the high ground all around the point.
A lot of high ground, more so than we've seen obviously from Ilios too. So a lot easier to play that for any player, aka Borkin. So Train Cloud is showing us this right now. I don't know if he does switch it off. I was gonna say I don't think he's gonna go with the Sigma, but I mean obviously no changes here from Last Hope. But like you said, they've got to make something happen, and Noxious doing the scouting. Ooh, does find Ultimate Weapon, but able to get out.
Making something happen is more of a mirror thing though. Like right now when you look at this, you can make the first move, but you're never going to get to them because they just run away if they want to.
And that's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, they don't have to fight.
Can't get aggressive onto them if they keep backing away from you. Everybody using their escape tools to make sure, and they're kind of just sitting in this room on the side right now, and everybody just waiting on the side of Kratos for them to come through. So the Tesla cannon will tickle them in now. They will get aggressive in trying to split those players off. And the Primal Rage already built up to for NA player trying to get in on those players that are in the room, at least forcing them back. And Faded all alone by himself outside goes down.
Yeah, they do trade out with Noxious Falls as well. Ultima have already made an EMP. That's a very fast charge, less than a minute. And they're going to be able to defend it for a long time if they don't use it right now.
And the Coalescence forced them all back for the side of Last Hope. So now you've got plenty of time to allow Light to get back in. Oh no, and a player got booped by Micro though. Now they can maybe try and get aggressive from here for Last Hope, but they've got to wait for a couple players too.
There's a lot of cleave damage gone though without that Winston. You really have to rely on your Reaper, maybe even your D.Va to do a lot of damage after that EMP comes out, and they are going to use it.
They do lose Light EMP coming through. They've got some players extremely low, and the self-destruct available too from Crowy. See what they decide, if they decide to commit it in here or not. But getting hacked up was Crowy going to lose that mech here pretty soon, and it seems like they're just going to concede this for the side of Kratos. Well, I say that, and then they throw the self-destruct out, and now they start to come back in. Self-destruct doesn't get anything. Sound Barrier does get used by Last Hope. They've got a lot of tools left here that they can use, and Sound Barrier from 6 feet, they're committing in, and now the Coalescence too. 6 feet, the first one to go down, and it's just not working, the aggressiveness from Kratos, but they've taken off a ton of time.
It's kind of counterintuitive to how they've been playing so far, because if you want to play aggressive, then dive versus brawl is not really the comp to play. If you want to play aggressive, just mirror it. Just run into them with the same heroes, because if you think you can play them better, more aggressively, then by all means. But this dive cannot do that. They'll just get torn apart if they try and go in that early.
Getting torn apart, they definitely did on that first point, but now they have some ultimate in Light. Makes them pay. Dan Twist answers back, but only is able to get one player down with it, getting booped around by the Primal Rage from NA player. Faded on that backline in Fix, and now they have an advantage as far as the healing is concerned, and they start to tick up. Already have 2 players starting to come back, though. In comes the Doomfist, and Light can't get the touch on, but does have a little bit of help, and now the EMP coming through from Ultima Weapon to give this back over to Kratos. Graviton Surge gets thrown in here. They don't want to give up on this for Last Hope, but they're losing players. Self-destruct forces them around the corner, and Kratos has been able to fully regroup.
That EMP was so instrumental. The fact that Ultima was able to build that up in time and use it there, when they could immediately get that kill on the Faded especially, you know, me losing that barrier is a big deal. That really brought it back, because Last Hope was in such a good position there. They really were able to just force out everything, and they could just walk in. It's the same thing I've been saying before. You play that brawl versus that dive, you do get the advantage of taking whatever space you want, because they're not going to dive you on it when you're still like full 6. When it's all grouped up, you just can't.
And kind of maybe thinking of what you're just saying there, Mana Class, they make the switch back over, does Kratos, to the Reinhardt and to the Zarya. So thinking the same thing that you were just saying, they've made that switch, and now they're playing on the point, just waiting for their opportunity to come in. But the Coalescence will be first from Last Hope, getting players extremely low, but a very well-timed 6 feet ultimate. Sound Barrier will keep them in front, and then there's another EMP coming through, and now the Death Blossom on from Last Hope. They finally get this point, but they lose a lot of time. 2 minutes is where they get to go to after the reduction, but there's still over 4 minutes, almost 5 minutes available for Kratos.
Yeah, Kratos gets more time than you normally get in Assault map, so that's always nice to have in the bank. And that last fight was very well done, though, from Last Hope. You saw them use a speed boost, get over onto the high ground. It's a nice jump, and a lot of teams will actually use that. And then they were able to split up Kratos. Kratos was completely torn apart. They tried to save themselves with the Sound Barrier, but guess what? Noxious EMP. It's just all taken away, and as close as Ultima Web was to their own EMP that maybe could have turned it, they didn't quite make it. It stopped at 90%, and it came all together for Last Hope, and they very well executed it, and a lot of that maybe even comes down to the fact that Kratos actually switched off that composition and tried to match it up. But in the end, Last Hope just had a very nice execution. They realized their win condition. They had to just find their opening. and then use the EMP at the right time. They knew the sound barrier was there, and 6 feet has been using it a lot when Noxious EMP is still up.
Yeah, it was well timed to save some players, but not well timed enough where it was going to make the difference in the fight. That's for sure. And they've gone back to this dive again for this first point defense.
Yeah. I mean, it bopped in time. I'll say that much. Like, it definitely didn't lose them the point as early as last hopes, but still lost in the point.
Exactly. And now they go back to the dive. I definitely feel like it's the most effective thing that they can run here on this first point. They did have a very good first point defensive hold, but Last Hope is maybe learning from that, switching up where they're going to go with this death ball composition that they're running, going to that high ground, now coming through into the room where that mega health pack is, and now they will look to attack from there, but they still have to be careful. There's actually a health pack that came through, though, from Ultimate Weapon. They just let that happen in front of them, so now they don't have that mega health pack that they were trying to defend to try and stay up, but they're still making this work anyway. Ultimate Weapon is the first one to go down, so they don't have to worry about any more hacks, and now they can get aggressive on those last few players that are left.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good right now here for Last Hope. They're just going to hack up that. Oh, hack the D, but that's the best one to hack. Oh, that ult charge for you. EMP out. You're going to get up this first point. They might even be able to just snowball it into B, but that EMP would have been a good tool for that. So maybe not as much as without it.
And they don't have any resources that are going to be available at the start of the fight. Faded the closest one with the Earth Shatter, and there is the Coalescence on the other side from Fix to answer. They're staying with the dive here on this second point too. A couple players already getting a little bit low, and now they start to dive in as Last Hope starts to come in, but not going too well for NA player. Immediately goes down. Coalescence coming out now in response, but it's being avoided by just going around. Light able to get in though and get 2 kills, and Krawi getting a third. They're actually turning this around for Kratos.
Oh, the shotgun partner is just tearing through that back line of Last Hope. Fortunately, could not stay alive, and now we're going to a place where teams actually have ultimate. 30 seconds left. Last fight territory. Sound barriers are online. The EMPs are both almost online. The Death Blossoms. All the tank ultimates are getting close. Train Cloud's a bit away, but the high charge area takes you like 3 seconds. So it'll be fine. This will be an ultimate galore. You do have to make it to the objective, but that shouldn't be a problem with still 15 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, they should be able to get there. They're making their way already to the choke, and Noxious just built up to that EMP. EMP comes out first, though, from Ultima Weapon. Wasn't ready enough with it for Noxious, and that's going to be disastrous for Last Hope. Now they have to try and hold on that first point if they want to win this map, or it's not let 33% be taken by Kratos on the second point. But there's 4 minutes and 49 seconds to do that for Kratos. It's a tall task ahead of Last Hope.
It really is, but then again, because basically they didn't do anything on their D. They just got rolled over twice, on point A and on point B. So there's only really room to move up. It's only going to get better from here, from any most perspectives, right? Like always glass half full, you taught me.
Right, yeah.
So, yeah, right? So, when I look at this, I'm thinking Last Hope, last time what happened to you is you just got run over. You've done a lot better on these other rounds. Sure, there was a bit of dive gun being played by Kratos, but Kratos didn't necessarily change up how they played. They still wanted to play very aggressively. So what if you just play aggressively back now when they try to mirror it on their attack? What if you just don't get run over? I mean, it sounds simpler than it is, obviously, but putting Noxious in more aggressive positions, putting Autumn Souls maybe in a bit more of an off angle so they don't get run over as much, those are 2 solutions that are very easy to make that you could just apply mid-round. There's definitely a lot of things that Last Hope could do to not get run over again. Now we can only see if they've done that.
A big thing that they need to do too, because like you said, Autumn Souls going down so early, been an Achilles heel for them, and changing positioning, being a little bit more aggressive, and they do at least start out in a pretty aggressive position and have kept Kratos at bay at least at the start. Ultimate Weapon on a flank right now, just trying to build up to that EMP. There's a little bit more patience coming through from Kratos this time, making sure that they can get this point and get this win with the amount of time that they have. Any player getting a little bit more aggressive now. You can see them starting to kite back for the side of Last Hope, and this is where Disaster hit last time, but it's the opposite. Last Hope, the one making them striking the iron first, getting any player down, and forcing back Kratos.
And Last Hope did the one thing that you crucially have to do if you don't want to play as aggressive. They play further forward, so they have a lot more space to fall back to. Last time around, they already held sort of on the objective, so as soon as they got pushed, they had nowhere to go. This time around, they start in the choke. They can walk all the way back there, and in the meantime shoot back at Kratos, that in their movement sort of splits themselves up, and they find that pick onto Gorkin as a result.
And a player now getting back in, has a coalescence behind him to stay aggressive. With Graviton Surge is huge for Kratos. Well-timed ultimates to get this one, not allow them to kite back like last time and take the point.
And a player just gave their life in the last fight in order to get their Shadow Charge up. Faded only on 74%, and then you just get the Reinhardt difference. The ultimate charge makes such a big change. Now there will be an EMP online for Noxious. They'll have Faded Shatter and Micro's Sound Barrier. But, you know, you gotta fight an EMP battle again. And Ultimas, when they both use it in the same fight, have usually been better.
And there's a little less than 3.5 minutes still available for Kratos too. So they have all the time in the world to just try and bait out ultimates. Only 3 players get hit. Any player goes down, but they can just back up right now for Kratos. They don't have to be aggressive here. They can just back off and not give up anything else.
Last Hope, though, I'm really liking the way that they're playing right now. They look like they have a little bit more moxie and a little bit more spunk, and I like that. I like to see this, you know, yeah, they feel more comfortable. I think that's, it sounds very abstract, but you can see it. They look like they will know where and how they want to play.
It's been making a difference, but now the sound barrier allowing for Kratos to get aggressive, knows 6 feet that there's no EMP to deny it this time. Coalescence following up afterwards, and Kratos has cleaned this up enough. Have to be careful though as the Death Blossoms come out from either side, but Lights is better, and Kratos just have to deal with Autumn Souls using that Coalescence and clear off these last few stragglers. This is their point, this is their map. Can't get the grab out in time to stop Faded from coming through, but it's enough for them to get the win, and they take a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, it's looking very good for Kratos. 100% it is. The Last Hope is not just letting it wash over them. They're definitely making it to be working. And I'm very happy to see that. And of course, you know, they're gonna have some more time to talk about it. Every now and then they get like 30 seconds a minute. They're gonna get a bit more. Maybe they can talk about it a bit more. Find out more things that are helpful for them. The one difference is they're not gonna have the same type of map next time. It's gonna be much more high ground to deal with. So that might not be Last Hope's forte, but we'll see that after the break.
Yeah, we'll definitely see that, and we'll see you in a few.
Academy, they lay down the shatter, let the bodies hit the floor. Uprising Academy at 95%. Right now with Hydra building up to this Bear Barrage so quickly. Oh, and asking.
Double kill in the back with the pulse bomb from the high ground. Aerial assault with that mine.
Impact, se escucha debajo gritar campeón. A Sky Foxes.
Holy cow.
And after 42 consecutive losses, the Shanghai Dragons get their first win.
8 teams enter this weekend.
Oh no, Reinhardt, what are you doing?
We got a clip with minimal information. It's time to break it down. Speed, 25%. Go. Figure out what this man's SR is.
keep fighting till it's for sure lost. Winnable!
We welcome you back here on Overwatch Contenders Trials North America. Labasco here. I got Man of Class with me. It is 2-0 Kratos, and we're going to Numbani for map number 3. Man of Class, dive. It looks like this is an option, and Last Hope hasn't been the most flexible team we've seen so far.
No, they have not. So to speak, they have not switched to hero as of yet. Maybe for stall attempts, but that's about it. It's been very just. It's been the same. Reaper, Sombra, Reinhardt Zarya, Lucio Moira. And yes, good composition. It's great.
Yeah.
But it's very hard to pull off on Numbani because of all the high ground that Numbani has, that it's not as easily accessible. There's not really close by stairways. You have to make very long routes to get there. So if you can just keep backing up, getting up there, getting down from it as a dive character, especially on the tank category, you know, that helps you out a lot. So we'll see if Last Hope maybe also wants to go for something more like that, if they would just want to keep with the tried and true that they've been working with. The Kratos definitely seems to be more willing to swap that up, and I definitely expect them to adhere to that as well on this map.
Especially the first and second point. Like third point, sure, you can play that more brawly style, but you have to get there first, right? And that's the question, I guess, for Last Hope. Last Hope is defending here first again. So as far as the inflexibility we've seen from them, is it easier to play their composition defensively?
I would say that if you want to play defensively, especially with that Reinhardt Zarya, I think you can. You can also play it on offense. I think the biggest problem that you're gonna have is that you have to catch heroes that are contesting the objective, right? You have to be able to play around that objective, because otherwise you will lose. You can like not die or kill as many as you want, but if that point flips or doesn't flip, then you still lose the map. So that's all what it's going to be about. If you want to play that same composition, you have to be able to catch out the heroes or deny them the ability to even get on the point in the first place. Now, it does seem like so far Last Hope, they're going to start on defense, and they will do that same composition again. They're not going to swap it up, but this would be the most holdable place for them, because there aren't that many open routes to get there that full six member groups can get through on the side of Kratos.
It feels like, you know, there's the saying, it ain't broke, don't fix it. Well, it seems like it's broke for Last Hope, and they just were like, you know what, we're going to throw duct tape on it, and we're just going to put it out there anyway.
I mean, look, there's always the rule, right? You can fix anything with duct tape and WD-40, and if you can't fix it, you haven't used enough or used the wrong one. So, you know, we'll see. Maybe they needed more WD-40, maybe they needed more duct tape. But they had some more time to apply it.
Ooh, very aggressive starting off, coming out from Last Hope. That early charge in catches them off guard, and then a player goes down. Lights quickly to follow afterwards, and Kratos being forced back. You know, inflexibility doesn't matter if you're playing the mirror again, and we've said before, Man of Class, they did seem like in the mirror that they were leveling up.
Yeah, they do seem to want to at least not let this go without a fight, which is it's very natural. But there will be a different approach from Kratos now. They're going underneath this objective, I'm feeling. No, they're still going to go up the stairs. I think I saw something going on there. It was a Sombra probably. They will go for the aggressive play now. Last Hope a bit further back. Still ready to go in. The counter charge.
A lot of charge onto Train Cloud. Noxious going down is a loss, though. They stop building up on the DMP. Was getting close to it, too, as Noxious had a significant lead. And now Kratos will be able to drop onto the point and take control, and any player getting some revenge there.
And a player, or Borkin, as we also like to call them, just doing a great job so far. Like, they're really just stepping up. They are coming in as a substitute today. They're listed as a substitute on the roster, but they don't look like it. They look like they're completely synced with the roster. And, I mean, I have to mention this guy, Light. He's just all over the place. They never are sure where Light's going to come from, and they're getting so much value from that Reaper, almost always in the kill feed on that first pick.
Noxious is still ahead, though, as far as the EMP charge goes, though. Has it up now, and is one of the differences that could come through here in the street phase. Coalescence used on either side. The hat comes through, though, to stop Autumn Soul's Coalescence, but the fight is still being won by Last Hope. That Death Blossom wasn't on the mark for Dan Twist, but they've done at least enough here for Last Hope to get control.
Yeah, Last Hope is, I mean, I like this forward hold. We talked about it in the break about Numbani, you know, the second point doesn't kind of doesn't exist at Street's face. But this is always that position that teams want to hold in, because you can almost push them back in spawn. That spawn is such a choke point to get out of. And Kratos is trying to solve this by going around Last Hope, going around the back, and it's Ultima setting it up.
Sound Barrier, though, comes out immediately afterwards. Didn't hit Micro with it, but 6 feet answers back. But it's not enough. The damage too much from the side of Last Hope, and they continue to hold here at the corner.
Really liking Last Hope. Honestly, they just look so much more confident. They already came through a little bit on Volskaya, but they definitely recognize that you just need to not wuss out, basically. Just go forward, go head-to-head with them. And even if you just trade out, you're still not getting run over. You're still not losing ultimate charge to them. You're staying even. Noxious is going down early a lot now, though. That spy check is going very well.
Coalescence coming out, a little bit of a spy check, too, from Autumn Souls. Doesn't want to get hacked out of the ultimate again, but gets the value out of the alt. Light's the first one to go down. Train Cloud is extremely high charge. Coalescence is now coming back from Fix, but they've lost any player. They're down quite a bit, and they can just hide around the corner, and Faded can now come back out after getting healed up, and Last Hope can continue to have this defensive hold.
Yeah, it will 100% look like, oh, 100% for Dan Twist on that ultimate charge is going to come out this one. Probably a Shatter Death Blossom combination that would definitely find value if it hits.
Yeah, an ultimate weapon trying to quickly build up to that EMP, and desperately kind of in need of a good EMP. Gets the kill on Autumn Souls, though. That might be enough for them to get the win here, especially with the 6 feet using the Sound Barrier, making sure nobody goes down. And now they'll finally get to progress through Street's phase for Kratos.
Yeah, Kratos getting to see more of the map. Numbani, of course, getting that Sigma Couture shop. Beautiful fashion right there in Numbani, but still an opportunity for Last Hope to defend again. And it's the second spot where we usually see defense happen on Numbani. If you get that first corner hold, 2 minutes on the clock, and plenty of ultimates in the bank.
Speaking of ultimates in the bank, EMP going to come out in combination with the Graviton Surge. Sound Barrier does manage to get off. Light will go down, so they lose a lot of their damage, but they still have Krawi. Krawi's got to be the catalyst to make this happen for Kratos, and even through the Graviton Surge, Krawi is able to get those 2 important kills, and they will finish Street's phase for Kratos.
That is an over-investment there, I would say, from Last Hope. If you don't have enough health on the side of Train Cloud, you cannot use that grab, especially if, I mean, Noxious used that EMP, so you kind of feel like you have to invest. But that health bar from Train Cloud was too low to get value out of their Graviton. They were their own follow-up in that situation, and it just wasn't enough. Now, to be fair, the ultimate situation is pretty poor on both sides. The main advantage you'll have is that Coalescence from Fix. That always is such a good catalyst. But Faded can shut everything down in Shadow.
Well, out comes that Coalescence. The Earth Shatter coming through does manage to stop Light in the middle of the Death Blossom, but it can't stop the Coalescence from Fix, and that's the problem. The cart wasn't moving, though, so they're going to get another fight here, a little bit of time to regroup themselves because the cart wasn't moving from Kratos.
Yeah, Kratos will now try and push it into the last, but there will indeed be another contest, and now the Coalescence is going to be online for Autumn Souls, and the EMPs are coming online for both as well.
Graviton Surge, the first thing that comes through. Not much happening from it, though, for Kratos. Last Hope coming back out behind the Coalescence, gets the kill onto Light, who made the switch over to the Doomfist, and it's not paying off, at least at the beginning here. A minute 52 left for Kratos.
I feel like Light just went to the Doomfist to get back to the fight quickly because they thought they could maybe push it in. But Last Hope came out with a swing and just cut them out. And that means that Dance was very heavily ahead in that ult charge. But this fight is all going to be about those EMPs and sound barriers again. We've seen it before. Noxious, Micro, 16 in Ultima. It's been a beautiful dance, a beautiful ballet of 4 heroes. Who's going to come out on top this time? Who gets to dance their Swan Lake?
Ultimate Weapon has been very quick to use that EMP when the opportunity is there, has been the more aggressive one. The EMP came out, didn't hit many targets for the side for either of the EMPs. Dantwist gets charged away though while using the Graviton Surge. 2 players down on either side. Autumn Souls though is able to get 6 feet down. That grab hits nobody, but it's not gonna matter because Kratos is down to just Light on the cart, and Light's gotta get out of there.
That's the second Graviton from Train Cloud that isn't really necessary though. I mean, yes, there's only 45 seconds on the clock, but imagine having a Graviton for that next fight, because Krabi will have one. Krabi will have that fight. And Fix going over to the Ana because they don't think they can build up another ultimate, and they will just use that anti-nade to deny a lot of what's to happen. But there's the Torbjorn Lobosco! It's online! The Dantwist Torbjorn! Legend have spoken!
Legend have spoken of it. It has gotten, you did have the come through too in the latest patch that Torbjorn did get that boost. Probably though is going to get Noxious down first, getting a little overzealous on that Sombra. Coalescence though out next here by Autumn Souls to keep players alive and keep them all healthy. Graviton Surge towards the end of the Coalescence. Players getting extremely low. Earth Shatter through, and it's massive for Kratos. Death Blossom in from Light to clean it up, and they will complete the map.
Yeah, Borkin's shatter value has been insane so far, and it's all off the back of that aggression that Kratos can display. Whether it's breaking the shield first, whether it's hacking the shield, whether it's Light distracting someone in the back line, there's always something that sets up Borkin for that shatter. And Faded, while they hit some, they also miss a fair few more, and that is something that can just edge it out sometimes. But right now, what we really need to look forward to is Light. Light has been the true shadow that Reaper can be sometimes. Just appears out of nowhere, gets an opening kill, and they just don't know where he's going to come from every now and then. And that all has to do with flank check.
Ready for battle.
Well, that's the thing too, is like on those flanks, finding Noxious and not allowing Noxious to be a harasser in the back line of Kratos. So Kratos' back line is protected so well by the Reaper in Light that they can do so much more too.
Yeah. Now, of course, we won't see any swap-ups come out from either team because they don't have to. Especially Kratos. Kratos doesn't have to. Kratos knows that they don't have to because Last Hope won't switch. They just refuse, and that's fine.
Right.
It's a bit of a shame. You would like to see teams adapt more to the map that they're playing, but instead they're going to try and play according to what they think is best hero-wise and what works for them hero-wise, what they've been practicing, and who can blame them. If you prepare for different maps, just prepare one composition that works on all of them, right?
Yeah. Well, and here's the thing too. They have been getting better as the game has gone along. They've been competing more and more with Kratos. A team that we have a lot of expectations on in Kratos to get out of trials once again. So the fact that they're starting to compete with them and making these maps so much closer than they've been before is such a huge thing. And kind of just waiting here in this compartment to try and get out. But a lot of spam damage coming in through, and now they finally decide to make their way out. And there's an Earth Shatter waiting for them. Faded goes off the map too. Kratos, as I'm trying to give praise to Last Hope, says, yeah, we're still good.
Allow me to repair the damage.
Yeah, of course, Kratos, we've seen it before. Whenever they're on attack, they just press W and they walk all over you. It's exactly what happens this time on defense, though. Not actually letting Last Hope make the first move. And it's been something we've talked about a few times in this series, right? Where who makes the first move, who's playing aggressive, who's taking that initiative. And every time Last Hope does, they are looking good, but they are letting that initiative slip away from them sometimes. And Noxious just gets right-clicked by Fix there. The DPS Moira, this is when it works, guys. This is when you can play it. When they're not anywhere near your team.
When it's only Noxious that you're trying to deal with too, right? Like trying to make sure the Sombra isn't hacking your team to oblivion. So yeah, works out pretty well.
Works out pretty well. Now Ultima already with the EMP is going to be all ready for him. Just checking. Good guys, they're walking underneath. You don't see EMP them here? No, let them walk out. Then we'll do it.
Had the coalescence ready and waiting too, so they use that first. Now we'll throw out the EMP. Hits a ton of Last Hope, but Dan Twist and Faded able to get 6 feet and light down. This is still an even fight. EMP gonna be thrown out here from Last Hope. They need to win this fight. They want to win this one. They stopped the Earth Shatter from NA player. Not able to get that off where Borkin is huge, and now you'll start to see them build up on this point for Last Hope.
Yeah, 2 ticks at least going to be taken, but it looks like there's going to be a recon test from Kratos maybe. No, Light too far forward will get taken out, and that's probably the trigger to not really want to go in there, but they're still going to try Lebosco.
Yeah, at this point they've gone too far, but they can't get on in time. So now they've got 3 players that are in the middle of nowhere. Trying to chase them down is Last Hope, but they're not going to be able to get there in time. These players should at least be able to get away.
Yeah, so far it is Last Hope is showing up again. They did very well on their defense, now they're showing offense. Yes, they took one try that didn't go too well, and then Noxious died, but going to be able to progress to the street space, and no forward hold from Kratos. Very crucially, there might only be one possible hold position on Numbani, because we all know that we can even get through that street space.
Moving a lot faster than what we saw happen for Kratos, who, like you said, caught early. They are on the high ground for Kratos, speaking of which, and they will use the coalescence from there. Now getting aggressive with it is fixed. Ultimate Web getting the kill on Defeated, so they're without their main tank, and now they're stuck in a small, tiny room, which they're very happy to oblige and join them in there for Kratos, and Dan Twist will go down as the rest of the team escapes into spawn.
Maybe the forward hold that they wanted in the first place, but so many ultimates online for Last Hope. You would have thought they maybe used 1 or 2 to try and turn that fight around. Not going to be the case, so now they have 6 in the bank. 5 all coming up here for Kratos soon, but there's still quite a window, except the EMP. Yeah, he stops.
EMP gets a couple, and it's enough for them to get the win. The Death Blossom from Light gets stopped, but that's okay. It did enough damage, and Kratos able to stay holding at this corner. Now the cart starting to come back towards them.
Yeah, another one of those moments where Noxious's EMP goes off at the same time as Ultima's, and Ultima just finds more. They just find more follow-up, find more value in every single way. And sure, you still have an ultimate advantage here, and because you got some trades, Kratos had to back up. But you don't have all the tools, and the grab is still very, very annoying to deal with.
Grabs on either side. Soundbearer coming through from 6 feet. Death Blossom from Dan Twist, though, is able to get any player down. And now Kratos has to back away, retreating with their coalescence. But the retreat will only keep players alive. It won't stop the cart from getting close to ending street space.
Light's still gonna try. It's pretty close. And actually Ultima charging up to another EMP incredibly fast, already on 90% almost. It's insane. They're gonna be able to get that up before this card even gets close to second. It might be a very good fight for them. They're still missing Light, but they could still go in with all the other members of their team.
Especially with EMP coming up right now, Light is going to be able to get it here in the fight in just a second too. EMP comes through and hits 4, but the coalescence was still available. Keeps those players who got hit with it alive, and of course you can still press left click even when you're hacked, and that's enough to get through streets. 2 minutes and 40 seconds to complete the map for Last Hope.
The adjusted focus onto Borkin has been very good from Last Hope. Borkin already got 2 shatters denied in this game so far in this round. I think there's maybe a third there almost. And Autumn Souls has been really instrumental in that, helping out Fate a lot more, staying alive. The coalescent focus with that is also very, very crucial.
Funny enough, it's the Fade too that helps to help keep Faded alive.
Yeah.
And now they start to fight here on the final corner. Light getting the first kill on the Micro, though, so that'll probably just cause them to back away for Last Hope. They don't want to give up too much ult charge here. Just trying to poke at each other right now.
We'll see Light going over to another flank position. It's where they like to play. They're going to try and Death Blossom from the top row. Love to see it. There it comes. No.
Graviton Surge, yeah, not going to get a whole lot. Now the Death Blossom does come out later, and Fix with the Coalescence will finish off Faded, and then the Earth Shatter is free to come through. And Kratos, it's expensive though for them to win this, but they do win it.
I do like that they do it in the way they do it though. Like that graph comes out, and then most resources of Last Hope are expended trying to live through that. They do. The graph doesn't kill them, but then that means there's so much more. Well, to not have to work against for life, just drop in there with the Death Blossom and just clean up. That's exactly how they played it.
See you later.
Make them use the resources and then go in with who you actually want to kill them with.
And it worked out. They do have the sound barrier to answer the Graviton Surge. It's going to come out from sound too, but there is that EMP though will come out first from the side of Kratos. Not even a chance for anything to happen for Last Hope, and they're down to their last 40 seconds.
40 seconds to go. Yes, the payload is halfway through third, but that is a tough point to push sometimes. And now you'll have the high ground to fight against as well. Kratos being, well, signature aggression, really. He's running into their spawn almost, and they have the ultimates to work with too.
Oh, goes in with the charge right at the beginning. Does NA player. The counter charge coming back. Can the Graviton Surge? 2 players go down instantly. 16 seconds left. It's a good fight win for Last Hope, but there should be enough time for one more fight to come through for Kratos.
How insane would it be if both teams complete this in overtime? That would be a perfect ending to this, well, not ending, continuation of this. But overtime has hit. Ultimates are online. Is it going to be the Shatter or the EMP in the grab that will find more value?
The EMP, one of the keys for the side of Last Hope. Big EMP, but Light is able to get Micro down already. They've got 2 players down, but Kratos answering back with the Coalescence. Light coming through with that Death Blossom Ultima weapon behind it to get the last 2 players down. And Kratos will win in a 3-0 fashion, but it was not an easy 3-0 for them, but they do get the win.
That was so close. That speed boost advantage because of micro dying, that was really what brings it there. Because you cannot get away from that Reaper. You try to back up with your shield, but they just get through. And yeah, that is Kratos winning the series 3-0. But it wasn't an easy 3-0. If I remember correctly from the last time around, Last Hope struggled a lot less this time around, and Kratos struggled a lot more to deal with them. So good showing from Last Hope. They are improving, but what we do want to see from them, you probably agree with me on this one, so we do want to see more flexibility out of them, because just forcing another team to mirror you is not good enough anymore in this day and age of Overwatch.
Unless they feel the comp is that strong where you have no choice but to play it. But from what we've seen, I mean, Kratos was definitely willing to play that dive. It worked pretty well too for them, but Kratos I think is still pretty darn good team. A team that you're going to have to be able to beat if you want a chance to make it into contenders. I think that's the one thing for sure we can say too about Group B.
Yeah, and I'm very excited to see more of Kratos as well. Obviously, they might still play with their the main tank they wanted to play with Cedro. So Borkin do a very good job today. Don't get me wrong, but you know, if you have that main player on the roster, kind of want to see what happens when they add that, because that is a new addition to the roster. So very excited to see that in the future, in the coming 4 days to maybe come out. But for now, we don't get to see that. We get to actually talk about that.
And we're going to have Light 2 that we're going to talk to here in just a moment. So we're going to get prepped for that, and then we'll be back. welcome you back here on North America Contenders Trials. Labosco, Man of Class here, and we're joined by Light from the victorious Kratos. So first off, Light, congrats on getting the win. Seems like Last Hope maybe gave you a little bit more trouble this time than last time.
Yeah, seems so. I mean, I wasn't here last time, but
Right. So as far as the way this one went for you guys, I mean, you guys were definitely able to kind of control everything. It seemed like, and you on the flanks, it seemed like you were always able to kind of do what you want. What were you seeing when you were going on those flanks that made it where you could do that so well?
well, most of the time I noticed that like I could just TP in and no one would look at me, and so most of the frags that I got that round were just from me just doing stupid stuff, and I would TP in the middle of their team and I would just kill their supports and no one would care. Or I would just go on a flank unchecked because their Lucio's AFK or something. I don't know what that guy's doing.
I mean, look, sometimes you just have the music too loud. You don't hear the Reaper TP. I guess that's what happens.
That's got to be it, bro. I know I was blasting Doom
Yeah.
music that whole time.
Yeah, well, I mean, it looked like it. You're definitely shredding through them. So,
Yeah.
shredding your demons, as they say. But
Yes,
I
sir.
mean, you did a lot of work there on that Reaper, of course. Were you guys at all surprised that you essentially just were mirroring them the entire time, aside from the bit of Volskaya?
Well, we knew from like the first map, like after Borkin put Fade on his back like 4 or 5 times, like we should just run the mirror. There's just no point in trying to play anything else. If you're better in the mirror, then there's no reason to swap.
But ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah. And you guys definitely were. They seemed like they started to do a little bit better as the game went on, but I mean, as games go on, that can just happen anyways. You were also always able to find Noxious. I feel like I saw you killing Noxious so often too. Is it just opportunity, or were you just guys able to really read his pathing that well?
Yeah, I used to be a Summer 1 trick, so I got a pretty good intuition for what that character likes to do. And considering that guy is not really cutting the mustard, as some might say, on the hero, it was pretty easy to figure out where he was going.
It definitely
I'll need a
benefited you
spy
guys.
check,
Yeah.
You guys definitely had a good game, but obviously here, this is the first game that you guys have. Everybody's going to be getting that free win as well. So you guys are in a pretty good spot. Looking forward to your next match, which let's see here, for just trying to see if it's showing everybody has the win. Yeah. So you guys next will have to play Revival. Expectations for that next game.
Yeah, I was only here to ring this first series, man. I came in, I haven't scrimmed in like 5 weeks, or like a month. And I just got DM'd by their manager and they're like, yo, we need a ringer. And I was like, sure, man. So I just played 1 block with them yesterday and I just went full limit tests for this match today and it worked out. So we take those.
Cool.
We definitely do.
Are you looking for another team at the moment, or?
Potentially. I'm not really sure like what's going on with Maryville because I have to put that as highest priority, but I would definitely follow my Twitter at FPS Light for more updates on that.
Well, there you go.
Cool.
Follow Lights, and thanks for coming in, and congrats on the win, and congrats on the good showing while you're ringing.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
All right, that's going to do it for this first game here, guys. We will see you in a little bit because we've got another one coming in just a little. We've got Susanoo versus Infamous, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back with that one soon.
barrage so quickly.
Oh!
It asking!
Double kill in the back with the pulse bomb from the high ground. Aerial assault with that mine.
Impact, se escucha debajo gritar campeón a Sky Foxes.
Holy cow.
And after 42 consecutive losses, the Shanghai Dragons get their first win.
8 teams enter this weekend.
Oh no, Reinhardt, what are you doing?
We got a clip with minimal information. It's time to break it down. Speed, 25%. Go. Figure out what this man's SR is.
Keep fighting till it's for sure lost. Winnable!
Overwatch Ranked, only to be greeted by this, which then leads to this, and oh no, Reinhardt, what are you doing? The solution? ELO Hell pickup games.
Hey, you know what? Just fucking do it.
Oh my god, it's huge! Oh! Kill!
Let's go.
Open to players of all ranks and most platforms, Pugs give you the chance to experience competitive Overwatch as it was meant to be played, competitively.
I need help.
I'm with you.
Shoot.
No way, dude.
Go. Nice. Good call.
Players set their icons to indicate the role they want to play, then two captains pick their teammates and draft the most competitive teams they can. You can also take part in our pioneering learning event, Coached Pugs. To take part, join the ELO Hell Pickup Games Discord, and be sure to read the Pug Guide and FAQ. Good luck, have fun, and we'll see you in-game.
It is time now for game number 2 on day number 1 of North American Contenders Trials. It's Labasco here alongside Man of Class, getting ready for our next game, which is going to be Susanoo versus Infamous. And when we look at this one, Man of Class, we've got these two teams coming in, obviously trying to make their way in. It is obviously starting off on the right foot is so important on day number 1.
It really is. And for those who aren't aware, because this roster was announced only like 24 hours ago, actually less than that, Susanoo is made up of largely the old roster of Triumph. Triumph, of course, stopping to fill an Overwatch roster anymore. There was still a trial spot that they could actually, field players, that players could be fielded in. So few of their old roster, some of the core stay together, found a few new players to play with. Still some coaching and management going on, so they still have a roster. That's why they're here under this new brand, which, if I must say, pretty good logo.
Yeah, I feel like somebody's a Sasuke fan when I look at the logo a little bit, just because of the colors, because it's kind of, makes me think of that a little bit. Yeah, so people like Naruto, apparently, which is fine, which is totally fine. Like, that's, Naruto is good. I don't know anything about Boruto, but Naruto was good. But looking at Susanoo, thinking about the team that they are, one thing we know for sure is A&J and Suppose, a very good support duo.
Yeah, definitely. A&J had a little bit of off time after playing on a few other rosters, and NA was briefly back in EU with Sheer Cold. Now back, of course, in the NA side again, and Suppose he's been away from the scene a little bit. 6 months ago, the last time they actually played with an organized unit, that was Maryville Saints. Before that, with Chicken Contendies, he's been with Second Wind. He's seen a few rosters in his day, and has been in Contenders a few times, so definitely no slouch on that Zenyatta and Ana. It's still, of course, the question whether they still got that fire, still got that performance in them. And that's what we'll see today. See the glimpse of hopes of that Zenyatta Ana god that we knew. And on the other side, they do have something to contend with. Because Switch can turn it on, can switch it on, if you want to say it that way, on that Zenyatta as well. And Kitty King was unstoppable in Rez's last time around in Trials. So we'll see which support duo comes out on top.
Yes, definitely one of the matchups we'll be looking at close when we jump into our first match, which is, of course, Ilios once again. So we know Ilios gives us a variety of things that we're going to see. We also get to see if the meta is shifting towards maybe one composition. We get another look at what other teams are thinking about. if they want to play that Reinhardt Zarya style composition, that rush comp that we just saw. I mean, it's funny, we're on well again to start off here at the beginning too, Mana Class. So like,
Yeah.
it's almost like the script was written and we're like, we're going to do everything the same at the beginning.
Maybe. We'll see what that goes with. Of course, last series, we saw a lot of that Reinhardt, Zarya, Lucio, Moira, Reaper, Sombra composition. And while I don't mind that, I do think that there is some room to switch it up. And both these teams so far in Spawn gonna switch it up heavily, but we'll see if they're gonna stick with it. Of course, well known for its environmental deaths, but without the Lucios and Roadhogs, it's not that easy to fall into that pit.
I still got the Lucios though sometimes. At least A&J showing us a Lucio right now. So we at least get one is the good thing. And so we're for the side of Susanoo, we are seeing that they are doing the dive version of what we saw earlier. So no Reinhardt Zarya, but everything else is pretty much the same.
I really like this completely different matchup. And you can see what sort of works better and how it works against each other. Crazy on the flank. You know what that
Buck looking into the air, sees that Sai is well up into the sky, who finds himself far, who blinks away and manages to barely stay alive, getting healed back up, but still extremely low. Now we'll finally get bursted back full, but on the front line in the meantime, the point now just almost in control for Infamous. Don't have to flip over just quite yet. The beam coming through from Sai. Not able to get any kills just yet, but Maximus got a double kill on the Diva. This is still anyone's fight though. Rez on to switch to get him back in. Sai into the air. The split comes in for Susanoo, so they will start at least. And already getting to that ultimate is Sai. Has to get healed back up though. Trying to get something. Almost gets pooped in to the pit, continually getting low and not getting a whole lot of value out of that ultimate. Does manage to get a Death Blossom off right at the end for the double kill, and Infamous now starting to do something.
Sai on that Echo goes so low, dies almost so many times, but the support is amazing from Kitty King. We know they can do that, and Sai is just able to stay alive through that with the Reaper, lifesteal as well, just gets that Death Blossom, closes out the fight. 26% on the point for Susanoo here, but of course, now they're going to have to fight back into it.
Sai getting close to another ultimate already. Too far, coming in on the flank, on the low ground, waiting for those players to come in, get spotted out by the defense, just use the recall to get away. Sai now getting aggressive in, about to get another ultimate up on the buck. In the meantime, Death Blossom gets the kill on to Kitty King, and now they have the Coalescence in behind it. Icy are going to, or Sai, excuse me, using the ult again, not getting the value out of it this time though, and it looks like the flip will come back through for Susanoo.
They will eventually be able to flip this, but they're not going to let this go without a fight. Of course, with all these mobile stall heroes, it's very possible to hold on to this for at least another 10%. Not going to be the case this time around though. Akash goes down very quickly on that Wrecking Ball. And now we're looking at a situation where with only that self-destruct, you're not going to have a lot to fight back into this. So we see how quickly Far and Sai can build those ultimates. Not one there yet though.
Well, not going to build it very quick if you just die immediately, and they have to retreat now for Infamous, but they can sense blood in the water for the side of Susanoo, diving onto those players who were trying to get away, and now you're going to have to try and get some sort of full regroup for Infamous.
Infamous is looking to come back into this with, of course, the tools that they've built up, which is indeed that Pulse Bomb, still self-destruct, and they are very close to a Transcendence. And it's all going to be about that. These folks here are going to be able to just hack out the Zenyatta and kill him. No, they're going to go for something else.
They still get 3, and the Coalescence from Supposed is enough behind that EMP to make a difference. And it's Infamous going back towards spawn, but not being able to get there.
Infamous so far. They've been looking good, definitely. Like when the fights break out and they're fairly chaotic, they know where they can improve the pressure. In this full 6-on-6, they have to initiate. It does seem like they have trouble finding the opening.
Not many openings that have been left available by Susanoo, and they have themselves a primal rage to try and finish this off with. Going to pop it in the air. Buck coming through with the Death Blossom, forces out the Transcendence and will die to Sai instead. Self-destruct for Maximus, able to get it back even, and Toxier will find Kitty King, and Niche will be able to throw Switch away. And this is looking really good for the team in green and Susanoo. Self-destructive desperation from Gummy, but that's all it is. A desperate self-destruct as the clashing of styles goes well for Susanoo at the beginning. Just the Mercy left alive and the Tracer to try and turn this around, but it's not going too well. Unfortunately, they do get the res, but they can't stay on the point. And it's a 1-0 lead for Susanoo here on our first map of Ilios.
Yeah, you can really see indeed that difference in styles. That, I mean, the real switch up that Susanoo made indeed, that we saw from last series, was just play the Winston D.Va. Everything else was the same. So it's still a composition that stays fairly well together. Doesn't really go for a lot of flanks, doesn't really spread out too much. And when you play against a team of Infamous that actually does do that, where they do have the Tracer and the Echo and the Mercy, they do want to get around you. They do want to surround you, sow the chaos, and find those pickoffs. But if you don't let that happen on the side of Susanoo, when you stick together as a unit like they did for most of that map, then it's going to be very hard for Sai and for Far to find that value. They're just going to get shut down and denied their flanked.
Well, and Toxier and Buck, too, are just being such a nuisance, too, that you have to try and deal with if you're Infamous. They're going to decide to just completely mirror what's happening from Susanoo. Try and see if they can win that mirror matchup. If you can win that, you know you have yourself a very good advantage. Toxier just looking for a target to hack, tries to get the hack off on to Sai. Don't think he got it off, but that's okay because Susanoo still in control. The mirror working out pretty well for them too. Niche dealing some damage with the Tesla cannon. That's a losing fight when it's just two Winstons going at each other, but they are in control again for Susanoo.
Yeah, Susanoo again coming out strong and early. It is the mirror match now, so you can actually see how well these teams stack up in that situation. Far actually able to build that EMP up fairly quickly, even though they lost that fight so convincingly. That is always a good thing. We have a Somber that's that on point.
And now you have the EMP coming out, and it hits everybody on Infamous. They are not going to be able to fight through this. 2 players already down. Niche jumping in onto Sai, and they're back into spawn for Infamous.
Remember the days where you were just able to set up and your enemy team would just sort of wait for you to start making a move? That's not happening anymore these days. It is just, if you're not in spawn, we can fight you and we will fight you. It's exactly what we're doing here. And I like seeing that. I just like the aggression.
You have to love aggression. It's fun to watch, that's for sure. Now trying to get aggressive themselves is Infamous. Coalescence out. Players extremely low on that high ground. Self-destruct thrown in the air. Switch just trying to avoid it. Able to fade away at the end. Stay alive, but now gets caught in a primal rage in a corner. And then the punch from Niche to take Switch down. Still in control is Susanoo too. Having to avoid a lot of the damage coming through. Death Blossom in from Buck. He gets booped away, but not before he gets a kill. And Susanoo still in control, still looking good, up to 73%.
They're not letting go anytime soon. They will be down in ultimates a slight bit, but if Toxier can get an EMP online, which I'm sure they'll be able to do, doesn't even matter how many ultimates Infamous has, they'll not be able to get them off.
Only have that self-destruct right now too, so they really don't have much to even come in with anyways. And the EMP actually misses, only hits one player, able to avoid that self-destruct Niche, so no value there. It's all on Susanoo here to really finish this off. Infamous just has to come to them. The overtime meter does start to come through, and Buck has found blood in the water, targeting down that top in the Reaper. And Buck, though, maybe a little too focused on one target, but A&J is able to kill him hot. So there's still a chance, especially with that sound barrier coming through. EMP from Infamous, and Infamous finally starting to turn this back around. 99% though for Susanoo.
It was a beautiful EMP though. Cancelled out both the sound barrier and Switch had just started. Sorry, not Switch. Suppose had just started the coalescence, so that also got cancelled out. And now you'll have your own sound barrier. Toxier does have that EMP again. He's charging that up at an incredible rate at the moment. The Kitty King can hide. That will not be a problem. You just get the sound barrier to live through that.
I'm out of here.
Have to pay attention to where the Lucio is if you're Toxier then. That's one of the things that they're going to be looking for here. Toxier just jumping in, throws the EMP out, does hit Kitty King too. They weren't ready for Toxier to have that, but the sound barrier does come out afterwards. They don't get enough follow-up on the EMP from Toxier for it to make a difference, and they've got to run away for Susanoo.
It's really the problem if you're Toxier. It's a dilemma, right? I want to get Kitty King if they can't get the beat off. But if Kitty King is so far in the back, what do you really hit that your team can follow up on? And the answer was really nothing. There's nothing that could be followed up on because it was so far away. Now Far will have the EMP. AMG is not anywhere close to that sound barrier.
And now they can throw out all of those ults. Sai does manage to get a double kill too with the death block after the self-destruct came out. And they did use Primal Rage too for Susanoo. So they used both teams using ultimates, but it's favoring Infamous.
Yeah, but Toxier is so quick on that EMP that it doesn't actually really matter that much. It's going to be the last fight they have, and the EMPs are going to make the difference. They just are. And Buck following up with Death Blast could be huge, but now that they're hacked.
Able to get the hack off, but the EMP is so big that they have to wait. Now they use their EMP into the Death Blossom from Buck and is able to get the double kill. Able to avoid a lot of damage, has to get some healing. Sound barrier will keep him up. They get the flip over for Susanoo. Have the D.Va throwing the self-destruct onto the point from Gummy, trying to live through though. Can't get the kill before the D.Va gets into mech. It's just about how long can you keep this overtime going right now. If you're Infamous, you just lost your D.Va mech. You've got your players back though. They don't have any ultimates just available yet.
There it is. Sound barrier.
Coming through, and now they have the coalescence afterwards. They're turning it around.
Oh, support ultimates coming back in to save the day. They're cleaning up Lebosco. They might actually take this.
At 95% as well. There are players left though for Susanoo to come back in. Coalescence of their own. Overtime meter has started, making sure they get themselves another touch. A&J comes in, and now they have their Winston diving back in. Ninja's about to get the Primal Rage. Throws those players in the corner, trying to get the hack off, but Bar can't do it. The EMP comes through for Susanoo. Now the sound barrier too into the Death Blossom for Buck. For the double kill, Susanoo coming back. The counter Death Blossom from Sai will get two, but Toxier will take Sai down at the end. And Susanoo cleaning up, self-destruct in the air too for Susanoo. And they will be able to flip this back over. Overtime meter's gonna go, and Susanoo will take a 1-0 lead.
I had my eyes on those EMP
Wow.
charges in the last fight. You saw that, right? You saw Toxier and Far. Toxier and Far. Who's gonna get it? Who's gonna get it? And Toxier gets it off. And then a sound barrier comes out. I'm thinking, okay, if Far can get that EMP off now, that completely flips the fight. But unfortunately, they got the Death Blossom off from Buck. They took down Far and Kitty King on that Lucio. Unfortunately, that was the nail in the coffin. It was truly the EMP difference that sealed the deal on that map. And Toxier has just been charging them at a rate that I think you can actually, maybe charge them for. I think that's a bit too much.
It's really good, that's for sure. Helped out Susanoo to get ahead there on Ruins,
Sure.
and that was a fun Ruins though. I mean, the mirror, it seemed like Infamous did a little bit better. So if we do see this composition moving forward with the Reaper and the Sombra, we can see that like Infamous has a chance here in this one.
Yeah, very much so. Now we're going next to Volskaya. We're also, of course, expecting this dive style to continue. I don't think we're expecting these teams to really want to play much of that Reinhardt in our Zarya matchup. There is a chance, of course, that we will see some tank differences here, maybe some DPS differences. Pharah has traditionally done very well on this map if there is no long-range hit scan. So it's all about what do you think the other team is going to run. There's going to be a bit of a chess play coming out here. We saw it happening on Well. We didn't see it happening anymore on Ruins. But when we go to a different map, everything can change again. And these teams seem to be a lot more flexible and willing to be a lot more flexible than we've seen in the previous series.
Yeah, the differences were definitely small, especially when you look at Ruins as far as like who was going to win. I mean, at the end, it felt like it really could have gone either way. And obviously Toxie are getting that EMP making a big difference.
Yeah, very much so. And of course, then we're going into Volskaya now. There is the possibility for some interesting strategies. I mean, I remember the days when people thought, "Oh, let's teleport around the cliffside." Don't think we're gonna see that. That would be very fun to see, but I don't think it's necessary.
This isn't a flat rank game.
It's not a flat rank game. No, I mean, won't even know what that feels like, because I don't think I've played ranked in like 6 seasons. But you know,
Oh my.
maybe even more. Yeah, I know, right? I don't know. I play the game, but
Is it a
not in
freeing
ranked.
feeling?
It's one of those things. But hey, they changed something about the platforms on the PTR, which is really interesting. You know, when you see the consistency of the Hollywood platform, especially, that looked very fun. Hoping we see that in the game anytime soon. But right now, they're gonna deal with the good old Volskaya rotating elevators. Put a Torbjorn turret on it. It works. Trust me.
Yeah.
I would know.
Yeah, sure. Again, sounding like my Plat games, you know, like.
Yeah.
I'm
I
sure
thought they put a bastion on it. They don't put a turret on it. Put a bastion down. And then
Yeah.
I think that will work.
True.
No support. Just in a bastion in.
But we are seeing here for the defense, at the very least, that Susanoo is going to go with the same composition that we just saw them run.
Yeah, they haven't really changed this up so far, so they're the team that is inflexible so far, but there is a potential for the Reinhardt Zarya of Akash and Gummy, and that's exactly what they're going to run out with. Everything else still the same. It's really been the tank line difference here so far with these teams.
Now we'll see if it makes a difference too as these teams do start to flash. As you can see, that the dive composition up on that high ground. Muck actually just teleported right in front. Eats a lot of damage, but does stay alive. Gets healed up by his team. They're making sure that they control that area in the middle on top, but Buck does get bumped off by Kitty King. So now you can... How are you going to move forward from here if you're the Reinhardt composition? You can see Tox here already up to 70%. Building these up so fast, like you said earlier, Man Class, and now you have those players in that small room. Maximus, though, is going to be the first one down. Side's able to get the better of Buck, too. And Infamous, off of the back of the Coalescence from Switch, able to win this where it was looking like maybe they'd get in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, they managed to split off just like Nick. They just split them off slightly from the team. That bunker was exactly where they wanted to get to, and that's a position they're very, very holdable for a team with a Reinhardt and Zarya like that. And now they'll have a coalescence. They won't have a coalescence. They'll have a sound barrier almost, but most importantly, they'll have a graviton. But again, it's all about that Toxir EMP. If that hits as well as it has been so far, if the follow-up is there, then this snowball is just gonna get stuck straight away.
And immediately the EMP comes out. Counter EMP is bigger though, and AMJ is the first one to go down. Was about to get to sound barrier, and now Infamous can just stomp on to the point, take control. Suppose can do nothing but run away right now. All ready to tick. Somebody has to come on and contest. They managed to just get it in time thanks to the Primal Rage, but they've already lost their main healer in Suppose. Players starting to come back into that sound barrier. Now it's Death Blossom 2 from Infamous. They are well in control here. This attack looking so much different than that Reinhardt Zarya composition. They look so good with. Little surprised they maybe didn't run it sooner.
Yeah, you would think so, but then again, you know, it's really a Volskaya thing where you do have those smaller corridors, smaller spaces to hide in that are around the objective that we're missing on Ilios a little bit. So it's understandable, and now that you see them do this, where they are able to control the space so well because they just have to stand on a point, hold it there, are they going to hold on to that in the defense? Do you think they are really going to stick with, oh yeah, it's Reinhardt Zarya because it works on attack? Do we run it on defense too? I think they could, but I don't know. I'm not sure.
Well, we saw, if we can use our last game that we watched between Kratos and between Last Hope as any indicator,
yeah,
the Reinhardt defense is a little bit harder, especially on that first point. On second point, might have a little bit more success, but it definitely is a lot harder to do, it seems, than the dive. But they are going to stick with this for Infamous. So they are going to stick with what worked for them, which is the composition that we're seeing now, where they run the Reinhardt and the Zarya instead of those dive tanks. And it looks like they're not even hiding Susanoo. They're just going to do the same thing they've been doing the entire time.
Yeah, and of course, the dynamic between these comps switches a lot depending on whether you're on attack or defense. Because as a dive, when you're on defense, you have to touch the point to stop them from capping it. On attack, you can wait to touch the point until you've got picked. So, yeah, they should have more room to work with on Susanoo's side this time. They should have the ability to use the space to get the pickoffs, to do the poking, etc. And if they use it well, this could very much work. If they play the same way as last time, they're not going to be as successful like that.
Right, you can set up your dive a little bit easier when you're the attacking team, and setting it up they've already done. Buck able to get niche out, but they lose switch on the other side. The bigger loss might be losing out on all that healing. They're still holding out in that mega health pack room for the side of Infamous. They've got to come out here soon because they have already given up one tick, and now you can see they get aggressive, looking for a target to focus down right now. Gummy finally just standing in front, super high charge, focusing down both those DPS. Jumping back in though is Niche and wreaking havoc, and it works super well for Susanoo. They lost out on Niche at the beginning, but they're still able to win.
Yeah, I really like the way that they sort of baited Infamous to try and chase them down. Infamous is stuck in that bunker. They need to touch the objective in order to not give it up, and they just keep on like, oh, we're coming, no, we're going, no, we're coming, no, we're going away. And that's exactly what you want to do is the dive. You don't want to directly engage, because that's what Nick tried to do in the first time. That's why they died. But you want to kite around them, find the openings, poke them from different sides, and eventually you'll just wear them down.
And of course, you didn't have Switch really back in the perfect position to help out. And Far gets spotted out really quickly to turn this into a 6v5 immediately. Buck focusing now on the Zarya, trying to force back that super high charge player from being in impact. Now has the Death Blossom that can be thrown down. Gets that barrier out of the way. EMP on top from Far, but there's nobody left alive to do anything about it. And this is going to be another quick take coming through from Suppose and company, especially now that the perfectly timed EMP from Coxier, they've got ults to spare to get these players out of the way. The time bank difference is 11 seconds. We drop it down to 2 minutes, though, of course, man of class, because of how the changes have come through. One of the few times where we actually get to see the change really utilized.
Yeah, really. I mean, of course, we don't want to be here all night, so this helps us get to dinner, get to bed a little bit quicker. But we will now see indeed the second innings, and I gotta say that last fight, all on the back of Far just dying. Like, Far had an EMP. They could have easily stopped the snowball with that EMP, but Far just goes too far and dies, gets spotted out, taken out. And that's exactly what you do not want to see as a Sombra at that point, because then your entire timing of your defense thrown out of whack. No EMP. You have to hope that Far can come back in time, but by that time it's already too late. And now that we're going to see extra innings, there's also potential to see some extra swap-ups, some extra new things come out. And so far, on the side of Susanoo, I see an Ashe, I see a Tracer, and I see an Ana and a Mercy. This is a completely different look that we see from Susanoo, and that is very good, because you can surprise your enemy even more than you think than you did before. Then, well, you're probably gonna get an advantage out of that.
Oh, for sure. Well, and like, if you think about it, it still works with what they're trying to run. The Ashe can play on the high ground behind. You know that there's nobody who's going to be diving onto her. And actually, this gets scouted out by Infamous. They see this coming, and they immediately swap compositions themselves, too. Toxier, though, of course, still could be all right with that. It's still going to be hard to dive on when you have that Mercy pocket, but Infamous making those switches.
Sai with that Echo. We saw how much they did on Ilios. Well, let's see how much they can do this time around. Attack. Oh, it's going to be lucky on the ball, but Katie King not so much.
On that Mercy in the air, Toxier is able to get the kill, and so far has been kept alive very well by the pocket. Is now going to switch from one side to the other, so making use of this high ground really well.
Yeah, and I really want to see Sai get a little bit closer. They still have to be so careful around that choke. Far is already trying to get into the back line. Oh, but Buck just goes for a switch. It's a Zenyatta. Come on. Give him a little bit of room.
It was already close to falling anyways, and then just using everything at their disposal was Buck to make sure that kill comes through. But Kitty King gets the kill on the Buck. We'll get a res off here too. Toxier trying to deal with those players in behind, gets the kill on the Kitty King, but Sai will use the sticky bombs and get that return kill with the help of Akash. Players are going to be able to get back pretty quickly for Susanoo though, but Sai on this point controlling at the moment, trying to deal with Niche, who's swinging back in on that wrecking ball, beamed down by Sai. And this is looking a little bit better now for Infamous. As I say that though, Susanoo comes back in with the help of Maximus, who got the Ana boost, and now there's only 10 seconds left for Infamous.
Yeah, Nano Diva during the Nano Cola and just ran in there. Now there will be ultimates coming online for Infamous. You don't have them yet. On the other side, Infamous though, pulse bomb kill.
Stuck right onto Akash. Buck on that flank, waiting for those other players to come back. Does get hit a little bit from the Zenyatta, but able to stay alive. And they can't get back onto point. The few players that were left. Gummy went down to the Bob, and that spelled disaster. And now you've got to try and hold here on point number on this first point. Excuse me, 33%. The time banks are similar though.
Yeah, and honestly, Kitty King had such a moment of brilliance there. Took out Buck, then got the res off. Yes, they got taken down afterward by Toxier, but just the fact that that play is made in the first place just shows you that Kitty King is more than just a heal bot. You know, they weigh in on the DPS. They're definitely part of that whole destruction chain. Not just a damage booster, not just a healer. No, they're a full-fledged support and a bloodthirsty one at that.
Yeah, has been playing a couple different things. Seeing Kitty King go back to the Lucio though now too. Defensively, they're going to run the exact same composition we watched Susanoo run defensively first. So this is going to end up being a mirror, it looks like.
Yeah, for Susanoo still has the opportunity to swap up if they want to. They have that luxury of scouting and then going back in, just what Infamous did. But unfortunately, only one tick has to be gained, so this won't be... I mean, it won't be a long round anyways, 2:11, but
yeah,
it could be over in a jiffy.
Especially, you know, I feel like if you're Susanoo, you probably feel comfortable in the mirror. So they look like they're going to decide to keep this. They're not going to change anything up. Nobody waited in spawn. Buck even takes a wave and says, hey, yep, I'm on Reaper. What are you going to do about it? Come at me, bro. And, well, right now he's just kind of waiting for his opportunity to get onto maybe some high ground. And he's going to go there with the rest of his team, though, instead. And now Toxier in behind. Gets spotted out immediately and forced away. Good job by the team in Infamous to stay together. And they're able to get niched down as they dive in for that side of Susanoo. And now Susanoo has to make a decision here. It looks like they're going to start to back themselves away.
Yeah, they're really in a position where the DPS weren't with the team. Toxier got forced out. Buck was still on the high ground somewhere, and the Infamous had already engaged. It was effectively a 6v4 fight. And now Infamous is also going to be ahead in ult charge. 1 minute 15 on the clock. If this next fight takes as long as the last one, this will be the last fight we can see on the team.
Could end up with a draw here. We'll see if that ends up being the case or not. Susanoo has maybe 1 or 2 more opportunities, depending on how quickly this goes. Being patient before they dive in. Toxier's still not able to get to that Coalescence yet, or EMP yet, but Coalescence coming out from Supposed. Bursting down Akash, but now the EMP comes back and answer, and Supposed was caught out. Allows Sai to come through with the Death Blossom. They've got to retreat here. 40 seconds left for Susanoo.
Ooh, it's a lot of ultimates used though, and now that EMP Death Blossom combination will be ridden to the other side. That being said, oh, this late kill on the Maximus, that stagger is very valuable. They'll even have the sound barrier online and the tank ultimates. They'll be fine on Infamous' side, but what are they going to do against the EMP? Will Kitty King get hacked? Kitty King is hiding. I mean, they spotted them, but Kitty King is hiding.
Trying to just focus down, gets all the supports. They can still manage to get the sound barrier. It does come out afterwards. Buck doesn't get anything for the Death Blossom, even though that was later sound barrier though coming through for Susanoo. So this is their opportunity. Overtime has started. Akash using that primal rage. Self-destruct will take down Sai. So both of the Reapers out. It's all on these tanks and supports. What can they do? Bar building up to that EMP could end up making the difference in this one. Self-destruct forcing those players around, and we end up with a draw. A very good self-destruct to make that happen. forces all those players away, and we just stay 1-0.
Yeah, I'm very, very impressed with the way that Infamous handled that. Yes, they almost got caught by the EMP, but that sound barrier came out exactly when it needed to. Nothing got gained from that Death Blossom, and in general, it was just Infamous showing up. They're coming back into this. It's a draw. That means we get to see at least 2 more maps between these teams, so we get all the map types. You know, it's already 1 win for us in this series, and maybe even more.
Yeah, I thought there was going to be a chance there too for Susanoo with the ultimates they had, and it looked like you hit the EMP where you get the Lucio, which, like you said, was the most important part, and they still weren't able to make it happen. You give a lot of credit to Infamous for making that one a draw for sure.
Yeah, 100%. And of course, we will see if Infamous can actually draw up the series because they're still 1-0 down. See that after a short break because we're gonna go to that one.
We welcome you back to North American Contenders Trials. It's currently 1-0 in favor of Susanoo. They end up drawing on the last map, though, with Infamous. So that's where we sit after 2 maps. Man of Class is here with me. I'm Labosco, of course, getting ready for our next map, which is going to be a map that we already have seen in Numbani. So looks like you're in Numbani, actually, too.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta travel faster than the speed of light. I mean, I basically traveling as fast as Overwatch, which is pretty fun. Yeah, the future is here, people. Just get a green screen. It's no, we're going to see Numbani again, of course. And these teams, other than the last series that we've seen, seem to be very happy to actually play dive sometimes. Which on Numbani is not at all a bad idea with all that high ground surrounding the point, surrounding the street space. On the 3rd point, we might see them swap it up, but before then, we are very likely to see some more Winston D.Va come out. Maybe some Wrecking Ball D.Va. We've seen Infamous really like that with the Tracer, with the Echo. And they're very much a team that I think will go for something like that. They won't set up with that Sombra Reaper when they don't really have to, but when they have a choice to do something.
We have seen Infamous, though, start to go to that Reinhardt Zarya composition, so there is always the possibility that maybe we see them go that way too. I'm not saying they will. I hope they don't. I'd like to see more dive. I think it's pretty well established here that both you and I are a bit of a fan of seeing dive compositions.
Maybe a Numbani, especially. Who knows?
Especially Numbani, right? Yeah, a little, just a little bit.
Yeah.
But just looking, I mean, listen. I'll be happy with whatever. It's Overwatch. It's great. They testing the pause too before we jump into the map here too. As I'm looking at them, waiting with bated breath to see if we get more dive compositions out of these 2 teams. I don't think there's a question that Susanoo feels very comfortable playing the dive though.
Yeah, like I can't imagine neither of them doing it. Like I can imagine one of them going for the dive, one of them not, but. I would say that Susanoo is most likely going for it, and we do see them immediately swap up to that. They're on attack, so they still have some time to swap, but Infamous is going to mirror that so far. They're going with that Winston D.Va, with the Sombra and the Reaper, and of course Kitty King and Switch still on that Sombra-Lucio combination. Kitty King with that clutch sound barrier in the last map as well. Hope to see more of that, and the EMPs... I would say Toxier had very much got the dominant state on where the EMPs went, but after their last EMP on the defense of point B on Volskaya, they've been dropping off a little bit, and Infamous has been reacting to them very well.
And VAR was building up some really fast EMPs too. It seemed like Infamous had like a very concerted effort to deny Toxier whenever Toxier would reveal themselves. We'll see if that trend continues, though, as Toxier, of course, still on the Sombra, playing with the team right now in Invis, but still going that way, at least for the moment, as they get aggressive now for Susanoo and have their dive towards these players off the high ground for Infamous. Infamous a little bit split up. Their supports are getting caught away. Able to fade back towards them, though, is Switch, and now Buck can drop in on this Reaper, gets Akash down and out of the fight. And now this looks really, really good for Team and Susanoo.
Look at Nick though, Gummy is out of metric, Deathline is gone, their size with both of the damage, it's all going to be falling apart here pretty quickly. Indeed, Susanoo take point A in a very convincing fashion, but we looked at the Sombra matchup before, Bar and Toxier dead even in that ult charge, and that's good to see, because that means that in the next fight you won't have to worry that much about being behind an ult charge. You will have some ultimates that are going to be online sooner though from Susanoo. So far, they have been able to dominate space and therefore also dominate their damage output. They're going to keep that going. They're going to keep controlling the position that Infamous is playing in. They're looking to go very well in this Numbani matchup.
The biggest difference that could be of significance is A&J being so much closer to the sound barrier. A lot of the other ultimates are actually pretty even as far as the ult charge, other than Kosh getting to that Primal Rage. You know, Primal Rage isn't always that big, but Bar coming out with that EMP first could bode well, especially the fact that they get niched down first. You have the counter EMP come through. Buck has to be careful here. Uses the Death Blossom on the cart, but the D.Va eats so much of it. A very good defense from Infamous.
Yeah, and I remember they put it on their, they actually put it on their sheet. Oh, that was literally, no, that was Kratos, sorry. Thinking of another diva. That was good. Someone put it on their sheet that they ate like 80% of ultimates. Well, definitely happened there.
80% of that Death Blossom, that's for sure. Some of it's always going to get out, but either way, the fact that you're able to do that, Infamous back into this, matching Coalescence on either side, but Buck isn't in the LOS of the Coalescence from Suppose, so they lose out on their damage, they lose out on their main tank, and they're going to have to go back into spawn or feed over more ult charge to a team in Infamous who's really starting to come alive.
And again, a nice corner hold coming out here for Infamous, making sure that they can get as much space to fall back to and to regroup if they lose a fight here. Will be a lot of ultimates as well. They're just ahead in everything.
And they use the EMP first, so they're ahead again. Toxier can't even get a chance to use the EMP. Maximus is just going to go off the side of the map to respawn quicker with the teams, make sure they don't get caught out of their Diva mech in a bad situation. 3 minutes and 28 seconds, but a lot of trouble right now for Susanoo.
And if I have to use one word to describe what Infamous is doing right now, it's just being snappier. They're being quicker on the buttons with everything. Again, they initiate first.
They initiate, Sai on the high ground, able to get A and J at the beginning down low, and then Death Blossom to finish off the kill. Like, they are in control. In ultimates, they've got a bevy of them.
Yeah, I mean, it will be roughly even. Buck might actually have the advantage with that Death Blossom. But if you keep making this first move with Infamous, you're going to make it costly for Susanoo to come back in, because you want to use your ultimates actively, not to react to something the other team is doing.
And now they're going to actively use their Coalescence from Switch, get those players healed back up, escape the self-destruct into the room on the side. So not a whole lot from the Coalescence, but everybody's still alive is the important part. That Death Blossom coming through from Buck, but it doesn't get anything. Side does go down to Suppose at the very least. The Primal Rage pushing players away by Akash, but they are slowly but surely starting to turn the tide for Susanoo, getting that cart to move, and now they can start to move through the street space.
There's a lot of ultimates to do so, but they'll still have the EMP so far though. If Far gets to use the EMP first again, it's going to be a tough situation to be in for Susanoo. They do have the sound barrier, so again, it's going to be up to Anj and Kitty King to not get caught by those.
And Toxier hasn't had the big impactful EMPs we saw earlier in on this map just yet, so definitely looking for that for sure. And well, they don't even need to use, oh well, they used it anyways. It does hit 3, but they had already won the point, so they will get to keep moving the cart though too, and they don't lose anyone is the nice thing by Toxier using that.
True, but I don't think losing someone was going to be your issue there, because the respawns are going to be a lot closer, and now you won't have the EMP. The EMP is such a powerful tool. That means that ANG has to be great with that sound barrier, and Kitty King is kind of has a free one. They don't have to worry about the EMP.
And A&J, I don't even see A&J on screen, so probably trying to hide away, knowing that that EMP is available for Far. EMP now will come out, hits multiple, but A&J is there to use the sound barrier and keep everybody alive through it, and Far ends up just losing their life instead. The Coalescence behind from Suppose will get them moving forward for Susanoo. So Susanoo, a little bit of trouble at the beginning, not so much trouble here. That self-destruct didn't get out of the door either is huge. It means these players can just stay on the cart and coast the rest of the way through. Sai has to try and survive through the self-destruct, but will only live for so long before getting melted down right away. 2 minutes and 5 seconds. A pretty good time bank for Susanoo with how many struggles they had on the streets phase.
Yeah, so far they look like they once they get going, gets really tough for the other side. Infamous is, I mean, they looked really good on that first start of Streets phase. They got run over on point A, then they really recuperated very well, made very nice moves. But as soon as that sort of static hold that they had got broken, they never really found their footing anymore. As far as EMPs came out at weird times, they were more reactive than they were active before that. So if you look at Infamous, all you need to keep doing is keep making that first move. Keep finding a way for you to initiate and not for Susanoo to just run over you, because it kept on happening after that corner fight. There was a late death, an early death, and ultimate that was used reactively, and that just didn't happen on that corner. Whenever they're in control, they're really in control. So far, every single Sombra that's used EMP second or after a fight's already been initiated has not found much success with them.
Be right back.
Cooldowns just aren't available because everything had to be put into staying alive through the EMP that just happened prior, so it becomes so difficult for that to happen. And now we can see here the team staying on these same compositions. I'm just going to see this most of the night, so just be ready for that. But Susanoo handling the pressure from Infamous so far pretty well. Now the dive starts to come through for Infamous, forces these players of Susanoo down to the low ground. Now how does it go from here though? This is where we saw Susanoo take advantage and get this first point open, and it's looking like Infamous can do similar, but Akash goes down to Maximus, so we even things up here. Are getting close though to that EMP. Might end up being one of the things that make the difference. Suppose coming through with the Coalescence, but Sai able to get a double kill on the front line. Will get this for Infamous. They have the advantage.
Far has that EMP ready already, but probably won't need to use it. It looks like they're fairly in control of this objective, so they're going to be ready for the next fight. Of course, both Lucios and Sombras had their ultimates ready. Why not? That seems to be the trend so far. Those are the four that are always online together. It's really the big difference between Suppose and Switch. That's where the fight can be won, by having that Coalescence first, because everything else is just matched up.
Funny how much these teams have mirrored each other as far as when ultimates come up and everything else. And you know, how are you going to flank here if you're Sai? What are you going to do? Well, they're going to be very active as far as using the EMP, but A&J able to hide from another one again. Buck comes through with the Death Blossom and gets the kill onto Sai. So there being a big difference. We're sure you can use that EMP, but then you can hide away if you're A&J, and now they're going to cruise through the streets, or stop in the street phase here, Infamous.
It's very similar though as we saw happen for Susanoo. They also got stopped here for a little bit, so not at all surprised that this goes on for like a minute or so. But of course, you still have the tank ultimates, you'll have your Coalescence. Again, they're still dead even, these teams. It's a slight lead for Buck in the Reaper ult charge, but other than that, not much to it.
Well, I'm just waiting, and now the Coalescence. See these teams get aggressive. The self-destruct will force back Infamous, but players are able to live through it, no problem. The bubble was able to keep that one. Now the self-destruct to make the Susanoo move away. A&J couldn't get out of the way of the self-destruct though, and Suppose goes down afterwards. So the support's down. Should be Infamous starting to move through streets.
Both those Lucios fall, but the self-destruct was just creating way more space for Gummy. Gummy was able to throw it sort of in the middle of it, of Susanoo, whereas Susanoo just put Infamous together in their own spawn. And pushing a team apart where you can get more singular targets to focus on is exactly what you want to do as Dive. Gummy is realizing that opportunity.
And Taki's here now, coming in, EMP, manages to hit both supports. The counter EMP from far gets the kill onto Buck, so both teams without their Reapers, but Niche goes down afterwards at the Primal Rage from Akash. Will throw and disrupt the players on Susanoo, and this should spell well for them to get this next checkpoint. 4 minutes they have to try and finish this map.
Sound barriers will be online without EMPs. That's something we don't see often. They were both a bit slower than their Sombras. Will be a Coalescence sound barrier battle between these teams, but most importantly, there will be tank ultimates online for Susanoo, and only that self-destruct can be done because they get the same value this time.
Now Buck is having to back away. Sound barrier coming out. Now the Death Blossom coming in from Buck, but the sound barrier will deny most of that damage. Buck will go down because of where he was from that self-destruct thrown in a great spot, but a lot of utility able to keep those players up. Self-destruct counter coming through from Gummy, forcing those players back on the side of Susanoo, and Maximus goes down, and now it's Infamous again winning this fight.
Beautiful boop coming out from Kitty King, denying Maximus to fly into the bank to be safe, gets D-Mac and taken out. And now we'll once again be an EMP battle, and those are the only ultimates online, although Infamous is coming relatively close to that Death Blossom, so they could just win it on base attack.
EMP gets used, Psy goes down immediately, so no more ult charge for the Death Blossom. One of the tools that they could have had is going to be out, and it looks like they're just going to back away for Infamous, wait for their player to come back, and now you're completely dry on all for Susanoo.
Yeah, now you know you have that EMP advantage when there's nothing on their side. Maybe Coalescence. Tuxir already caught out. Hacked, couldn't translocate away. Beautifully done by Far, recognizing that Sonder position. This will be the freest attack they've had so far.
And now they can walk in Far and use that EMP. Manages to hit 5 players, everybody who's alive. Tuxir was coming from spawn. The Coalescence follow-up. So much damage in from everybody. The timing is now going to be the most important part. 18 seconds separates the two time banks between Infamous and Susanoo.
Really not a lot of difference between these teams. Not a lot between what they were doing on both their attacks. They got both stopped at the same points for about as long. Like, that's why you have that 18-second difference. First point, not a problem for either. It's really how long that street phase will take, because that's where the difference really happens.
How will you get through Streets phase? Will you get to Streets phase 2? Of course, still has to happen, is the big thing too. Now, we saw both teams defensively on that first point play the same as far as positioning and everything else. Do they maybe try doing something different there?
I mean, so far, neither of them has really edged out the other in such a way that they feel like they need to try something different. That's what you're seeing with this right now. And where we have seen them swap up before, like on second rounds, especially Susanoo, and then Infamous reacting to that, it doesn't seem to happen when Infamous defend. So we might see that on the other. But Infamous very happy to keep running this combination of heroes. And
well,
so far, I mean, it has been happening.
More so positioning, I'm asking, because we saw both teams position in the same spot.
Yeah.
Do you change that up? As far
I
as the
think you have to stick together as a team, though. Like, I think if you want to like run an Ana or something, put it on the other side. She's gonna get dove. If you want to, a lot of things you could do positioning-wise, but I think you want to have this specific high ground controlled. It's just such an important place to have.
And like we see, really no changes here for how these teams position at the beginning. So we're going to see maybe something very similar play out. Max is able to get the high ground before that half gets completed, so is able to stay alive. Psy getting extremely low, but Buck is actually the first one to fall this time, and now Niche to quickly to follow afterwards. Susanoo has to go away, so positioning didn't change, but how they moved after that team came onto the high ground changed, man.
Yeah, they didn't get pushed off as much as moved away from it, and that's a very big difference, of course, because if you're forced into a position, you have to react to it. If you're moving to a position, you still can make the move on the enemy team, so to speak, or catch them as they fall up on top of you. Same setup, but Far is so far ahead in that ult charge.
And that's going to make a big difference, especially because you can pop it right away and then pop the players on the other team. 2 of them already down. Maximus just flying into oblivion, knowing that they need to regroup with 43 seconds left for the side of Susanoo.
And hacking Far there gives, hacking Maximus there gives Far a total of 54% ult charge after the rest of the damage they did. So they might actually be able to build up another EMP before Tuxir even gets close. Yeah, that's insane. That could just win you the defense right there.
Well, Tuxir does get it first, but do they get it off before Far can build up their EMP is going to be something to watch. Switch having to come around, had to go all the way around, and the Diva is getting caught outside. Does get supposed, though. EMP coming out from Far afterwards, 2 massive self-destruct to get Niche at the end as well. And Infamous, very good on the defense here, holds up. 33% is their win condition to try and make this a 1-1 game. We do still have the chance for another tie. Here's the funny thing too, Manaclass.
It's just a repeat of Volskaya with very similar time banks at that as well, because of course it got reduced down to 1 minute and 2 minutes 18 this round as well. It is, I mean, honestly, that entire team was just built on Far getting those W's. That first one charging so much faster than Tuxir, and then able to catch up to Tuxir for the second one. Like, yes, it was the second EMP used, but the sound barrier interaction so far, Kitty King using barrier second has been a very large trend that has been winning Infamous fight. because that second sound barrier, of course, lingers longer, which means you can take more risk and then take the enemy with that health advantage. It's exactly what they're doing every single time, and that's how you have to use it. Second barrier is always better, whereas the first EMP is usually better the other way around with the barrier, so the interaction kind of cancels each other out.
Yeah, so it's wild to see like how much just the little details are mattering in these fights too.
Yeah.
That's how good these teams are though too, of course. You know, this might be Contenders Trials, but these are still pretty darn good teams, and that's what makes this fun. And now we get to see if Infamous can show that FAR is really starting to come alive here and make a difference. We did highlight Toxier earlier on, and now it's been FAR as far as the Sombra players go. We see them run up the stairs again. What's going to be the difference this time on the defense for Susanoo? FAR trying to build up to that again. Toxier having the edge this time. Jumping in is niched onto those players. Hack onto Buck, who has to be careful here, getting extremely low. Being kept alive, at least for the moment, and the high ground still in control by Susanoo, but Infamous drops down, now forcing Susanoo to have to play to them, and they don't get on the point! They gave it up! Infamous is gonna tie it up! What happened?
Boop! That's what happened.
Oh
they
my
booped
gosh.
a few players off. You saw it, and Maximus like, I'm gonna fly back on, but no, they were booped away from the objective. And it was just a very good CC play coming out from Infamous, playing it the exact same way they did on their defense, this time offensively, not trying to even fight that high ground, just make sure they were in control of the objective, control that space, push them away. And unfortunately for Susanoo, they were. So now it's a 1-1. Again, we're going to see 2 more maps. We thought we were going to see maybe 4, maybe 3, but no, we're going to see at least 5 maps in total. We're going to see all the game modes, all the planned 5 maps. We're now going to go to Dorado. We haven't seen it yet tonight. We're going to get to see it now.
Yeah, we get to see it now. We knew we were going to have the opportunity to see Dorado. We're going to jump pretty quickly into it here soon as well. And honestly, like, I don't think we're seeing any different compositions probably, Mana Class, because you can play the dive here just like you could on Numbani.
Yeah, very much so. And Dorado defense dive has always been a staple.
Yeah.
But possibility. Not saying it's gonna happen, but there is a possibility that we might see the red building hold with a Mei, with a Reinhardt, with a Junkrat, something just build into that building, make sure they cannot move that card out of spawn. And then what's the dive gonna do? Try and poke a little bit from the outside? Well, they poke harder because they're in there and they have, they deny you that space. So maybe that's what we'll see. Don't think it's gonna happen, but it would be really cool.
I haven't seen that happen in a long time.
Yeah.
A long time. That's
a long
for
time,
sure.
right? Yeah.
No doubt. One thing for sure, though, Infamous is not going to do that, unfortunately. They
actually would call almost the Infamous composition out from Susanoo, where it's just, well, everything that Infamous was running on Ilios, or that they were running for a while on Volskaya. And they have the chance to switch it, but it doesn't look like they're really in position or really posing to do so. So it would be really interesting to see this, of course, with that large skybox and all the different high ground. It's very possible they actually run out with this, and we might even see the Maximus Roadhog happen. Oh!
We're getting a little pulled pork!
Oh, no, they're trying to get them off the high ground, then they just go swap back, right? That's what's happening here?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah,
but we saw a little bit of pulled pork, Wasn't it enough to make a sandwich or anything, but we saw it for a second, and then now suppose it's gone on that Zenyatta. We do have Tracer for Toxier too, but so far things not going very well with using that composition at the beginning. We'll see if Toxier stays on this Tracer or not too.
It's very hard to make this work. That Zenyatta is so incredibly squishy. I mean, you have high ground, but it's still so easy to dive them. A single Winston can just take them out with some bubble play. We'll see Infamous still on defense. Now going through the red building, but of course have that Reaper. If you get close, that Winston's not going to have a good time.
Building up to this ultimate really quickly. Got hacked out of the sky, though, is the only thing, and then dies to the Coalescence and Side on the Reaper, who's able to get up on that high ground. So this is looking super good for Infamous at the beginning.
And I'm almost in doubt as to why Susanoo wants to run this, but this is why. You get a full spot, and you're done.
Win condition is always the pulse bomb away, and now you get the res to get Toxier back up in this. Sai is not getting away from any of those players on Susanoo, and it may have been a rough start, but now they got that cart moving.
We'll now see that the cart is going to get closer to that point, but they will 100% have another chance to beat them. Who is Buck going to duplicate? I'm thinking it's going to be a tank or it's going to be Sai, maybe even Bar. That would be even cooler. Just get 3 EMPs out.
And does go with that Sombra, but gets hacked out by the EMP instead. Has to now try and build this up. Gets the hack onto one inside, who's getting booped away. Buck trying to build up to that EMP. Gets it, uses it, has to get away from the self-destruct. Just gets around the corner in time, and now it goes back up into the air. Maximus sends the self-destruct up high, doesn't get anything for it. Death Blossom from Sai, but everybody's able to avoid it for Susanoo, and they are cleaning up this fight, this composition that they're running that, like I said, very similar to what we saw Infamous running, working out pretty darn well for Susanoo. A little bit of a change though. They've got they don't have the Wrecking Ball.
No, they don't have Wrecking Ball, and they also don't have the Zenyatta anymore. Suppose thinking they can do more on the Ana. I would tend to agree. I think if you're gonna pick a hero that is diveable, I think Ana is usually the better choice because of the general utility she provides. And she isn't in as much danger as Zenyatta due to that anti-nade, due to the sleep dart. You can do some work. Oh, Buck just beaming Akash down there.
That's why you
Echo. Yeah,
that's why you play it, right? Things like that. Just goodbye. Just delete it. Doesn't matter how much health you have. You're just dead if you're below half health.
Kratos has been rolling, man. Like it's so close already to that second checkpoint. They barely even fought on B. They're just going.
And Toxier's got another pulse bomb. Can try and stick it here to the coalescing. Moira misses, but that's okay because the beam damage is enough. And this composition that they have switched to for Susanoo is really dealing with everything that Infamous is throwing at them incredibly well.
And Infamous was just trying to run to their spawn, and then Susanoo was like, nah, not that today. Sai on the soldier. That is something we haven't seen for a while. It goes back to the Tracer, unfortunately. I was going to talk about the legs, but it's not possible anymore. On the point, though, EMP is out, and that's initiation.
Only managed to get 4 players, though. Toxier does die, though. Was one of the players who didn't get hit by the EMP, so a pretty big loss. Buck has copied the Tracer. Now we'll be able to try and build up these pulse bombs. Misses with one, is able to help get a couple of players down. Has another pulse bomb, can throw this out at any time. This is with it, but that's okay because damage was done. And now you've got the nano boost on to Buck as well. Gets in the face with those sticky bombs onto Akash. And Susanoo still winning this fight. It's taken them a little bit of time, but they're still ahead.
Yeah, still ahead. Still going to get that second checkpoint. 3.5 minutes to go. Infamous, you will have quite a few ultimates in the... That's true. But so far, you still haven't been able to get on top of a lot of players. But Buck and Toxier is just ungrabbable. Ange just flies away. They will swap up now to Tracer Reaper. So it's going to be a little bit easier to get on top of them. This is what you're used to playing against. So this is the chance for Infamous to really grab it back. They just swapped up all their ultimates. They'll have a self-destruct and a pulse bomb, which can be destructive. But you have so much more to work with.
You don't get the Sombra utility, but Tracer can still one-split players with relative ease. But Kitty King able to get the better of Toxier that time. The EMP was a little bit too much for them to deal with for Susanoo. But that's okay, they can regroup here, and Toxier is now going to make that switch back over to the Sombra.
Yeah, they were going to stick on the Tracer with the pulse bomb, but then you see how little value they get out of them. They need to get it off. That's like what the initiation. And that means they're now going to be behind on the charge for another EMP, because Spar is already at 40%.
And they're behind on the Coalesce, and see what's supposed building to that quickly. Niche goes down with the help of Gummy, and Infamous, you know, now that they're back into the mirror, looking a little bit better, looking a little more comfortable.
You really see that those switches have a big impact. 2 quick fight wins for Infamous. They're still ahead in ult charge. And 2 minutes left on the clock. It's a minute and a half down just because they swapped up a composition. We will see, however, now that the next situation is going to be Far again. EMP is ready. They saw how quickly they can charge it. Might even get another one before Toxier gets there. That's 4 hacked. And does get the sound barrier off, though.
now you have Todd coming in, waiting to use that primal rage. Uses it now. Maximus is down. And they are looking really good again for the side of Infamous. This card hasn't even moved on this third part of the stage.
It's just as soon as they get this mirror matchup, they're looking so much more comfortable. They really didn't seem to understand how to play against their own composition, which is always a really funny thing to see. They know why it works, but somehow they don't know how to deal with it, which is always a funny interaction.
It definitely is. EMP coming out hits 3 for Susanoo. A&J able to get a Kosh down. So you've lost that main tank. You have the Coalescence out. Buck's just waiting. Got hacked up. Now looking for that chance to start to come in. And the players have been forced back. Coalescence out. Sound barrier used in response. Just waiting for that chance to use the Death Blossom. It's Buck coming around the corner now. Ooh, spots out where that translocator was. That EMP only hits 3, but then the hack comes out later and Buck dies trying to get back with his team, so it doesn't even matter.
Make sure the card doesn't move behind you. No, they're going to be fine. No one's going to C9 this one for them. 30 seconds on the clock, one more attack, and they're still losing players. Tuxir going down late. Far is doing so well, once again, trying to catch up in that full charge. They'll probably get it at the same time, or even before Tuxir at this rate. There will be a sound barrier from A&J that Kitty King doesn't have, and it's a big advantage to have, especially when it becomes down to EMP fights again.
EMP, such a big difference maker so far in this game. See if it is again. Death Blossom comes out from side. He gets down, gets both of the supports. Players have to just desperately go to the cart for Susanoo. Self-destruct and desperation. Nothing for Susanoo. Infamous, too quick to pull the trigger to handle it for Susanoo. And it will be Infamous stopping them short of that point.
They thought they had it, but it's not going to happen. EMP from Fars is going to deny everything they want to do. Gummy take down Tuxir. Overtime is ticking down, and no one can really realistically contest this again, Lavosco. This payload's going to stop here. It's going to be Infamous holding off. Yeah, holding. Wow, holding off Susanoo. And it's interesting, right? Because Susanoo was rolling Infamous. They had no issue. They lost like 1 or 2 fights on point A, and then just kept on rolling, which is very similar to what we saw in Numbani. You know, if Infamous can hold for a good while, we saw it on Volskaya, they can hold for a good while, but once they get broken, they are broken. And swapping up that entire composition as they entered B just gave Infamous the regroup. It gave Infamous the reestablishment of their defense. They never really had to unbreak their own situation themselves. It sort of got done for them. And if Susanoo is going to keep playing that way, where Susanoo kind of gives Infamous an advantage, or even more of an advantage back, then this is going to be a very tough one for Susanoo to clutch back, because they already drew a map. They lost the map, and this one, they didn't even complete the map anymore. So Infamous is warming up more and more as the series goes on, it seems.
And this is the double-edged sword of playing the composition that Susanoo is playing, where, yeah, you can dominate on those first 2 points. You know, first point they didn't dominate until they switched to this composition, but you're going to be behind when you get to that final point. It's going to be difficult if a team is staying on one consistent composition. So they are really banking on stopping Infamous before they can get to that third point by playing this comp, and it's really going to be something that we have to watch closely if they can keep their advantage that they had like they did when they were attacking. Buck flying away, trying to make sure that his Mercy can survive as well. Those sticky bombs onto the cart, hitting a few players, getting them low. But right now, this has just been a trade out of damage on either side, and nobody's really getting close to any ultimates early on.
There seems to be a slight lead coming out from Susanoo that if it keeps on going, they'll have ultimates a fair bit sooner. But this card is fairly free to move. They can't really contest the objective with what they have.
They really can't. So the cart will be able to move a little bit. Now they have to start contesting at least a little bit for the side of Susanoo, but they're not finding any kills. But now you have the Diva use by the duplicate from Buck, and now already has the self-destruct, throws it out, pushes those players back. Already back in the mech, looking to try and get another self-destruct if they can. Hacked out though was Buck this time, so probably won't get that second self-destruct, but forcing those players back is at least something here for Susanoo.
EMP time though, no defense against that one, no sound barrier, no nothing. Maybe Valkyrie can help out a little bit, but EMP is going to be huge if it hits, and it does hit.
Oh, it only gets 2 though is the only thing. A&J is able to fly away and stay up in the air with that Valkyrie, and Kitty King, a little too aggressive, goes down to Maximus. So now is the time to press the go button if you're Susanoo. The self-destruct way too high into the air. The Death Blossom though manages to get 2. Desperation self-destruct to force players back from Maximus. Rez coming through onto Niche too is huge. You now have that main take back in. Players getting extremely low for Infamous. They're trying to make sure their hold can happen here for Susanoo, but respawners, everybody too close for Infamous. They will finally push through.
Infamous looks to be able to get that point. They do flip it, and that means that right now you're going to have to do some cleanup, get into the street space. But overall, it's a fairly similar pace. These teams aren't far apart in terms of time bank so far, so Infamous on a good track to complete this map. And of course, like we said before, they're not going to have to switch up their composition at any point in this map. And we already see that Susanoo is switching up Toxier now to the Widowmaker. We haven't seen them play it before. We know they're very good on a hero like that. You know, it can definitely hit those shots. But is it going to be enough? Is it going to be too diveable?
There is that a lot of high ground that you can use here if you are Toxier. Akash extremely low at the beginning of this first fight. EMP coming out though, manages to hit 3, and now the Primal Rage can force Toxier away. Akash able to chase that down with no problem. Try to get on the back line. The sleep misses, and that's very crucial to miss that. And they will start to move pretty quickly through street space.
Very unpredictable bunny hop movement coming out of that Winston. Sleep Guard narrowly missed. I've been liking the way that they dealt with that though. They don't really look at Toxier. I think someone got them down to half health, and then Akash is like, you know what, I'll just finish that off. They're not being healed because they don't think we can jump Toxier. Well, they were wrong. Now we're gonna see Buck trying to come in with this Echo. I'm A&J with that Valkyrie, but Suppose just dies to Sai.
Death Blossom onto 1. If it gets through the fight, win in the next part of the map, you're okay with it. Self-destruct used by Maximus. That won't find anything. Was just stuck in a corner, and everybody was able to stay away from it, no problem. Do force out a bunch of ultimates here, though, does Susanoo. EMP, though, to finish this off for Infamous. Mining players getting extremely low, and Sai just looking to finish it off and get to the next part of the map.
4 minutes to almost get to last point. It can be a very tough one to push on Dorado, but we said it before. No switches needed here for Infamous. Going to be Suppose and actually going to be Buck that switches up, of course, because they're on the Echo. Suppose still has the Nano Boost. That will probably be very important in this next fight. You could just use an EMP Nano Boost Nick, and you'll probably clean up most of this fight. We will see if that's exactly what they're planning.
Toxier using the EMP manages to only catch 2, but that might be enough. The Death Blossom coming out from Sai kills Niche, but that's it. So one ultimate traded out for another, but it seems like there's more value gained from the EMP, but Buck too far ahead, not able to get healed up, goes down, but they've at least forced back Infamous.
Yeah, Infamous having to try again. Of course, we talked about it before, where Infamous, they work very well when they're momentum based, where they can keep on holding, keep initiating themselves, have their own plan, and when that momentum gets broken, they are going to be in trouble, but they are able to reset after every fight. They get to choose when they all walk back in. Caution has the Primal, gonna be close to that self-destruct. You might even see an EMP self-destruct combo. That would be beautiful if we could.
Oh, look at Maximus behind here, up to 95%, flying back to with the team now, though. They have control of high ground for the side of Susanoo, so that's one advantage that they have in this fight. But now Primal Rage from Akash to try and knock those players away. Maximus in behind, throwing this self-destruct into a corner. It comes through, not going to find anybody, and now Maximus is hacked. Can't get back in the mech, and that's a major loss. Nobody can even get there for Susanoo, and Infamous turns it into a 2-1 lead. They lost the first map, tie the second, win the third and fourth, and now are at match point.
And once again, Infamous is realizing how the objective works, how they can actually force Susanoo to be in a certain position. And that last one, they keep inching that card forward, so Susanoo has to touch, tanks get on it, EMP comes out, half the team just gets wiped instantly after that. That's how you do it. That's how you force the enemy team in position by using the objective. They did it on Volskaya, where Susanoo had to try and get back on the objective, and they forced them away with the self-destruct. They did it on Numbani by CCing them away from the objective to win out that map, and they do it here again on Dorado. Infamous and their positioning and their forceful positioning or repositioning for Susanoo is really what is edging out in fights every now and then. It's just beautiful to see.
It really is. They've kind of leveled up on this composition
Yeah.
as the game has gone on too. But we are going to the map type that you saw Susanoo win. We're going to control. So there is opportunities maybe for them to even things back up. But before we get to see that, we're going to take a timeout. And when we come back, we'll see if Infamous can win this one or if Susanoo can tie it up 2-2.
the shatter. Let the bodies hit the floor. Uprising Academy at 95%. Right now with Hydra building up to this Vera barrage so quickly. Oh, and asking.
Double kill in the back with the pulse bomb from the high ground. Aerial assault with that mine.
Impact se escucha de abajo gritar campeón a Sky Foxes.
Holy cow.
And after 42 consecutive losses, the Shanghai Dragons get their first win.
8 teams enter this weekend.
Oh no, Reinhardt, what are you doing?
We got a clip with minimal information. It's time to break it down. Speed, 25%. Go. Figure out what this man's SR is.
Keep fighting until it's for sure lost. Winnable!
Infamous battling back to have a 2-1 lead over Susanoo. It's Labasco here alongside of me. I've got Man of Class getting ready for our next map, which is going to be, if you look at our backgrounds, you should have an idea. Lijiang Tower is where we're going to go to maybe find our victor if Infamous can win here, Man of Class.
Yeah, Infamous so far showing up much better than they did in that first control map, but that's what we're going back to. It's another control map. Are they going to be able to fix the issues they had last time and win it out on this one? That's, of course, the question we're asking ourselves. But what is a big difference is they haven't really swapped off their composition anymore since then. They tried once on Volskaya, they tried once on Ilios, and both of those times it wasn't successful. So sticking with this Winston Diva, Reaper Sombra, and Moira Lucio composition seems like the answer, because that so far has been what's been winning the map.
It's given Susanoo the most trouble we've seen far, really match Toxier, and even now has been surpassing on building those EMPs. It seems like they've sort of figured out how they want to attack Susanoo with this composition.
Yeah, and it's of course very fair to say that you say like, oh yeah, but doesn't Susanoo then just do what they did in Control last time, where they play that very, pull them apart or actually stick together type of style and they win out. But if it's a mirror match, it's a very different story than what we saw last time around. So the one thing I will say is that Lijiang does provide the opportunity, if we get the right stage, to potentially see some swap-ups. It's still possible to play that Winston Diva inside of Control Center, but it's also very possible and maybe even likely that we're going to see some swaps happening. Maybe not even the Reaper Sombra anymore. Maybe we'll see something like a Junkrat coming out. Maybe like a Mei. It's possible in there because it's so enclosed. There isn't as much space to move around, to get the angles for hacks, to get the angles for dive, and that barrier and that Zarya damage can just punch a hole through anything you want to do in that.
I was going to say we could see the Reinhardt and the Zarya version of those compositions if we get to those maps. And Night Market is actually going to be the first map that we go to. So this is a map where you can play the dive, but you also have the ability to play a lot of other things here. This is maybe, Gardens is maybe the map where you can play it best. And then this is probably second.
It's definitely the hybrid of the three, where you can do actually like both styles and then a third and a fourth. Does seem like both these teams are not that interested in swapping up all too much. The only thing we do see is Maximus right on the Sigma in spawn, but they have some time to swap up. Maximus might just want to show off their Dutch pride. Not that they're Dutch, but they feel for me, and they have A&J on their team. They have some Dutch heritage. Gonna be the swap up indeed, just a mirror that we've been seeing all series.
So the mirror is back, and the mirror has gone pretty well for Infamous as of late. Will they be able to swing the momentum back in their favor for Susanoo here and get themselves back into this one? Players meeting up in the middle of the map right now. You can see Infamous going to get onto the point first. Diving in now is the rest of Susanoo. Players still alive. A&J went for a boot, didn't get it, but that's okay. The control of the point looks like it's going to go over to Infamous first. Susanoo just waiting for their cooldowns to come back. They get a hack off on to Akash here at the beginning. Just fighting backwards now is Infamous, and they eventually will get Niche as a result. Sai with the double kill on the Reaper.
Yeah, very nicely done. Able to kite away just far enough. We saw him do it before on Volskaya, where they know how far back they can go, how far they have to escape, and they use every inch of it. So far that Akash actually almost got booped off the map before they were happy. That's how far they backed up. So now that we're in this ultimate situation that's coming up, we actually do see that Toxier had a faster ult charge. They're able to get up into that faster than Forest this time, but not everyone is hacked. They actually kite away again.
3 players get hit by it. Is it enough, especially if the coalescence is behind? Probably not, because the sound barrier and then the EMP from far come afterwards. Niche used that primal rage, didn't get to kill anybody with it, but now has the sound barrier up. Sai has that Death Blossom, thinking about using it. Self-destruct comes through from Dummy. No pay dirt yet, but A&J getting aggressive goes down, and now Sai teleporting in behind, up into the air, saves the Death Blossom wisely. He was thinking about using it there, you could see, but they won the fight anyways, and they're already up to 60% for Infamous.
Infamous has been picking up their Sega consoles and playing some Sonic the Hedgehog because they know how to work with that speed right now. They just, I mean, Susanoo just cannot get on top of them. They keep running away. They keep kiting so beautifully with this dive and then just whiplashing back.
Speaking of whiplash, there's a nice boop that came through, but it doesn't matter about the boop. Once Sai comes in with the Death Blossom, the boop onto Akash actually opens that up for Sai.
Susanoo is broken. They're just out of sorts right now. They have to come back in. They have plenty of ultimates to work with. But once again, these ultimates have just been kited out. They get them off, but then they don't get the follow-up.
And you've already got far almost to another EMP, too. Player extremely low in the air, and Niche stays alive. Kitty King goes down, so maybe an opening here for Susanoo. The Death Blossom coming through from Buck, but nobody gets hit with it, but Sai will eventually fall. So it looks like stability returns for Susanoo at the 11th hour here on this first point.
Such discipline from Infamous, not using any ultimates there. They're like, okay, so this is last fight territory for them. They probably have to use a lot of ultimates, so we just won't use any, then we'll easily come back, win the map, easy clap. But that's exactly not what happened, because it's only Death Blossom that comes out from Buck. So they'll both have a plenty of ultimates to work with. But of course, Infamous has time to work with as well.
Time is on their side, no doubt, and they're about to, they're almost to a full 6-pack of ults. Probably won't even need it. EMP comes out, multiple players hit on either side, but Buck is the one making the difference. They use Sound Barrier after 2 players go down for the side of Infamous. That could be disastrous.
Oh, just when you come to another ult usage, they just refuse to not use any. Oh, it's so unfortunate. Kitty King goes down later as well, but just jumps off the map. Safety reasons, I guess. I mean, there's still plenty of ultimates left, don't get me wrong, there's a lot, but that sound barrier is so impactful. To not have that, to have that sound barrier advantage for AJ, that is quite substantial.
Still something they can win no problem, especially when they take Toxier down first. Suso starting to get focused while using that Coalescence. Sound barrier coming out to keep some players alive, up to 72% for Susanoo, and this is still a pretty even fight between the two teams.
It still is, but now they're going to come to the point. The objective is actually going to get touched by Infamous. Sai with the Death Blossom ready to go. So is Buck, who's going to get more people to die.
Sai on that flank, waiting for the opportunity. Out comes the Death Blossom from Buck, and it doesn't get anything. EMP comes out afterwards. Sai uses the Death Blossom in response, but Sai and Kitty King fall. Susanoo staying in front, but the hack coming out on from the EMP. Not enough. It's only Switch left alive, and they're able to do it for Susanoo. They're able to take this one back from 99 to 0. They win 100 to 99 to take our first point on Lijiang.
Ooh, and it was looking so good for Infamous, but both Susanoo holding on to ultimates when they could, and Infamous just over-investing at times really led to a position where Infamous never got back on top to regain their momentum. It's been happening throughout the series. Every single time Infamous loses a fight when they're looking in a good position, they just are not able to get back on top, get back on the horse, and slap it again to get going. And now, going to Gardens. This is the map where we expect them to run this dive. If Infamous can survive this, we're going to see a very interesting one on Control Center. But for now, they still have to prove that they can win a control point.
And a reminder, we go to another control map too. If Susanoo wins here, we will be going to Nepal if that ends up happening. So one thing to consider as we move on, and I tack on to Sai by Toxier, trying to build up that EMP, has the advantage here so far and has been doing much better on these control maps on building up that EMP. Just putting that damage in has been kind of left to their own devices, at least at the moment. Looking for that first take again, though, is Infamous. They did this last time, but now it's about what are you going to do afterwards. Coalescence is the first thing that they're going to do. Suppose we'll answer with the Coalescence for Susanoo, and now the hack's coming through. Toxier gets hit with that hack while using that EMP. I think that's a huge hack that came through, and now Infamous in a really good spot.
Yeah, I can immediately see as well that Susanoo was expecting that EMP to come out and find value. It's obviously communicated, and then it doesn't come out. Susanoo completely blindsided. They will all be able to get away alive. They get another chance, but now it's complete EMP dominance for Far.
And you've let so much time go by, and Niche falls immediately. Your sound barrier can't save your main tank, so finally we have somebody go down, but at this point, it's just so much time that you're giving up. 45% already built up to. Sai able to use his fade to get away, but dies to the Death Blossom from Buck, so now maybe the chance for them to come back, but Gummy with the double kill from the self-destruct and the Coalescence on the front side to force those players into it, and Infamous is keeping control.
So far, though, I want to say one thing. Sai and his Death Blossoms have not always been as lucky. Often uses them when they're on very low health. And you want to get value out of those? I know Reaper does lifesteal, but in the midst of that, they see you coming out of that raid form. They know you're there. That's not going to happen. We'll see now Infamous, of course, holding on to that point forever, the entire time, 80% and counting.
EMP going to be used immediately from Susanoo, and they get the double kill right at the beginning. So the advantage over to them from one ultimate. They should be able to get this back. Was on two. Far like just fell off the map. I don't know. Nobody booped Far off. They just fell off earlier on to sort of make this happen.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they missed a translocator that they threw. There were a lot of things that could have happened, that they tried to escape or something. What will happen though now is that Infamous has to show us they can come back. They just show that once they lose that one fight, they can just come back in and not get 0 to 90 to 0 to 100 again. They have the EMP advantage. They have the sound barrier advantage. They really have the advantage.
And they hit A&J, so they allow the Coalescence to happen, but that's okay, because you have so much other Gumby. A&J, you were getting booped off from the Lucio. There's still a chance for Susanoo in this fight. They now have the player hacked in Niche, but that's okay. They've got control. The boop off from A&J making the difference.
Oh man, I gotta say, I feel proud to be a Dutchman right now, but oh, you gotta feel bad for Kitty King and Gummy there. That's not the way you want to die, when you've got that EMP advantage, when everything is going your way, and now you're gonna have to fight back into it. 4 ultimates online for Susanoo. You've yourself got maybe 3. This is not a good position. You have to force a lot out and maybe go for another push.
It's just one fight they need to win, though. The EMP is going to win the fight for Susanoo here. We're getting close to last fight territory. Bar is almost to that EMP of their own, and Sai's about to get the ultimate too.
Yeah, they will get those online. Gummy also very close to the self-destruct, so this is an advantageous position, but suppose with that Coalescence, Maximus, Buck, they can make so much space and deny so much pressure that Infamous wants to push out. Gonna be able to get to the point relatively safely. No more boops from A&J this time, at least not yet.
Speaking of pressure, the EMP only hitting 2. A lot of pressure on Far to make that ultimate worthwhile. Niche and Buck go down, and it looks like it is working out. Akash now with the Primal Rage, throwing players away. A&J gets another double kill to keep Susanoo in it. There's still a chance for them because of that. Overtime has started. Sound barrier now by A&J, and this is starting to turn. Infamous got so many players coming back. Same thing for Susanoo. This fight's gonna go on.
Oh, Sound Barrier comes out from Kitty King though. There's an EMP to counter it, but all these ultimates back and forth. Gummy gets the kill in the niche, and A&J gets booped off. It's the counter boop. It's back on Lebusco. Infamous does in fact close it out with that, and that was almost a clutch by A&J. That would have been insane.
Wow.
Twice the double boop. Ah.
But just to give them a chance is still crazy enough from A&J. Like, what can you say about that guy? He is so good on the Lucio. You were singing his praises before this match started, but you got to see it there again, and that you're going to need him to be impactful here on this next map too if they want a chance.
Oh, and now you've done it. Now you've done it to Susanoo. Now they're mad. They say A&J can boop people off. Well, we just also get a Wrecking Ball, and we'll get a Pharah. We're just gonna boop you all day long, deny you anything you want to do. And this is going to be a beautiful matchup between this Tracer Pharah Hammond and Winston composition on the other side, they're not switching up. Infamous knows it's working. They're feeling it, but are they going to be able to get into this fight and win the first one again?
Oh, Buck gets hacked immediately. Far able to win that one. Fading away, though, with the help of Maximus. 2 players go down. One of them booped off in Kitty King. Gummy's able to kill Tox here. So it's a back and forth fight. Control of the point still up for grabs, and Infamous the one starting to come back on, but the res comes in for Buck. They've got their Pharah back in here for a second. Sai says see you later. And now Susanoo's got to figure something out.
We again see Susanoo play this composition that just doesn't have a lot of point presence. The Wrecking Ball can fly around a bit, Tracer can dance around a bit, but they don't want to stay on the objective. And Infamous is fine doing so. Yes, they lose Sai here, but they still have a lot of point presence.
They definitely do, and now you have Niche with the Primal Rage just waiting for those players to come back in. Will be able to move Infamous down for Susanoo. They've been able to take this back really quickly.
It's like quicker swap than we've seen before. No 99 this time around. But, of course, you are looking now at the situation. What are these ultimates going to do? We know that the Barrage is often just a suicide mission. You know, don't really get a lot out of that one. With the Nano Boost, the Minefield, the Primal Rage, there's so much potential for damage and area control.
And that's one of the things that they need to have happen for them to be able to keep this point. They throw the mines out, does have a good area of effect, but they're able to avoid them with no problem for the side of Infamous. EMP came out, the Barrage not doing anything. One mine kill on Defar, who ends up just going right into it, but Susanoo is being forced back.
I mean, the EMP just cancels out the minefield for most of it. I mean, Far dies to it in the end, but it was already too late. The mine didn't do their job because they couldn't. They were hacked up. They didn't activate. Oh, Gummy!
Eating. Huge eat from Gummy. Getting that false bomb. One of your win conditions gone and out thanks to Gummy, who eats that one. Gummy eats a couple of really good ultimates for this team in Infamous, and now they can just use their ults, get onto those players, force them back, and now it's up to 67% for Infamous.
It really looks like it's going to be a, I would say, easy win here for Infamous. They definitely still have to work for it, but they're definitely looking to cruise to victory because so far their composition and their playstyle has just seemed superior when these two match up.
Buck has made the switch back over to the Reaper, but this is last fight territory. They've got to make magic happen here because Susanoo wants to keep their hopes alive at winning this first match in Contenders Trials for the month of October. Sai, with that Death Blossom, kind of just waiting here. They're okay with giving this point up because they know that they have the tools to win it. Only 2 players get hit by the Sound Barrier, but the hack afterwards is making it worth it. When you have so many ults that you can come back in with, and Susanoo goes down, Infamous can just sit here and celebrate now. Nobody has a chance to get back. The Moira can't get there, and it's Infamous coming from behind, getting the 3-1 win to take this map and this match.
And after that first map that we watched, we were getting worried. We were like, oh, Infamous, maybe a bit in trouble. Then Volskaya started out, and the time was very good on the attack for Susanoo. But after that, Infamous just kept on pushing, didn't drop a beat, got all the advantages that they needed. Yes, they had some trouble getting back into it after losing a fight every now and then, but their own attacks were good. Their own holds were good for most of it. And honestly, Infamous just once again showing that they're a force to be reckoned with. And Susanoo coming in as a new team, well, looking good so far, but have a bit more to prove.
Without a doubt. It was a wild way for that one to end, that's for sure. But, I mean, it did feel like Infamous leveled up here as the games went along. Like, Susanoo still looks like a team that's going to be tough to deal with. Yeah. But as far as this composition that we've seen, you know, the DPS and the supports we've seen kind of basically be the same for pretty much all the teams we've seen today, where you're playing the Sombra and the Reaper as the mains, and then the Moira and the Lucio, and then, you know, tanks. That's kind of where we've seen the most switch is happen between these two teams. But for a team that seems to sort of be figuring things out in Infamous, like this is a good way to start off.
Yeah, definitely. I think they definitely have the room to experiment a little bit with some compositions. We saw it there on that last point, especially. That was not a composition we were maybe expecting. Did also not find a lot of value. But at least they tried, and they have an idea of how that works, how it can maybe go in further on. That being said, though, we are done with the series. It doesn't mean we're done with the broadcast just yet, because we're gonna have an interview with Sai, of course, the Reaper player mainly, side of Infamous. A bit of Echo also must be mentioned.
Mhm.
So we'll see you on the other side of that. Take a quick break. We'll be right back with that with you.
Back here wrapping up the first day of NA Contenders Trials. Labosco here with Man of Class, and we are joined by the victorious Sai from Infamous. So first off, congrats on the win. It seemed like you guys, once you settled on that composition, you guys really sort of settled in the game too. What was the big difference for figuring out that's what you wanted to do?
Well, we played the first map. We were gonna play standard, and we were only gonna play that Echo comp on well, but we started on well, which was kind of unlucky. And then we started playing that monkey comp, and it was like kind of unlucky as well. But we knew that they played it wrong. Like we knew that they didn't have a understanding of how to play the comp, so we just stuck with it. We knew we could beat the Mimir, and it worked out.
What exactly were they doing wrong that you guys were able to exploit?
We felt that their DPS weren't getting the most value that they could have. Their DPS and tanks weren't playing together. And I think we were able to abuse that by just stacking and killing Reaper because he was very vulnerable a lot. So that's what we did.
Okay. Reaper diff, right? No.
Maybe.
Yeah, no, I mean you guys obviously came out on top. You played Echo on that first map, and then I think once more on Volskaya you tried it on an attack. Because you saw their comp coming out. Were you at all surprised with what they tried on Lijiang Control Center in the end there? Because that was a bit of a surprise to us.
Yeah, that was very odd, but we are able to identify win conditions pretty easy. So we just lived and killed Monkey. It's really hard for Fair to get space there.
Yeah.
You guys controlled space so well at the end too, like even giving them the point a couple of times just to come back and take it right away. It was a super it was a cool thing to see happen. As far as like this patch that you guys are now going to be playing on, at least for the moment, do you guys feel comfortable that this is probably going to be one of the more prevalent things? I mean, from the first 2 matches we've seen today, like the Sombra and the Reaper, and then the Moira and the Lucio seem to be staples.
Yeah, I think those heroes are really strong right now. But like, if a team isn't comfortable on those heroes, they can definitely swap it up. And there are other things to play, but I don't even know like what's good. I think that's the only thing that I know that's good right now. So we've just been experimenting.
I mean, so far, right? Because you had quite a while after the last trial season to just get back on it, maybe play a tournament here and there. But at least you had a relatively chill time of it because you just had to wait for the next season. Was there anything particular you really worked on as a team in that month?
We worked on, like, a big thing that we worked on was trusting each other. We had like a lot of arguments about what we should do and where, but in the end, it resolved itself, and we just trusted each other and played our best. So just like not arguing, putting differences aside, and just trying to win. That's what was really big.
It was cool. Yeah, and you guys, I mean, you guys leveled up as this game went on too. It seemed like you guys really got into a groove, especially after Numbani happened. So, congrats on the win. And I believe you've got a Twitter that you want to plug here too. So, where can people go ahead and follow you?
Oh, sure. It's at CYY_W. I make some really cool content there, so check me out.
Cool. Do you also stream on Twitch too? Because I saw your Twitch linked, but I don't know if you use it a lot.
Not really. I probably should, but no, I don't really. Nah.
I mean, it's always your own your own choice, as they say.
Mm-hmm.
I'm also trying to find the infamous Twitter real quick, but I don't really.
Yeah, it's OW Infamous, OW Infamous.
OW Infamous. Look, that's where we are.
Well,
I mean, that's where people can follow the team as well, maybe from the other players, but definitely go after Psy_OW, that's CYY. You saw it in game as well. So that's the one we recommend.
For sure. Congrats again, Sai, on the win here, winning the first game of the week, and good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you. It's fun playing.
Glad to have you. That's going to do it here for us, though. Thank you so much for watching. That's going to do it for day 1 of NA Trials. It's been a fun one. Want to say thanks to our production crew who make this possible. Direboyd, our producer. We had Evie and Reef as well, being our 2 different producers that we had for both of the games we had today. And of course, thanks to my partner, Man of Class, and for you watching. So see y'all next time. See you tomorrow.